Thank you very much. So people are joining the room. Please take your seats. So thank you very much for joining the event today. So you need headsets. If you don't have those, you cannot hear. It's a little bit confusing. Okay, so let's start. Thank you very much for joining the event today. For those who don't know me, I'm Elisa Vacheron, the Deputy Lead for the Finance Practice at WWF International. So I'm very pleased to welcome you today to talk about how commercial banks, public development banks and regulators can contribute to a nature positive agenda. So WWF is a leading conservation organization in the world, and we published 2 weeks ago, a little bit over 2 weeks ago, a report, flagship report called the Living Planet Report, which shows staggering decline in species population by 73% since 1970. If we look at Latin America and the Caribbean alone, the amount is 95%. So it's absolutely terrible. We are also approaching very dangerous tipping points. If triggered, these changes will severely damage our planet life support system. So if we look at the Amazon alone, deforestation and climate change are leading to reduced rainfall, and tipping points could be reached where the environmental conditions become unsuitable for tropical rainforest, with devastating consequences for people, biodiversity and the global climate. What is a tipping point? It's a point of non-return, if I could say. And if we look at the near horizon, we know that if we lose 20 to 25% of the Amazon rainforests, we are going to be in big troubles. And today, the science is telling us that between 14 and 17% of this forest has been deforested. So as you can imagine, the scale of the challenge is absolutely enormous, and we need transformation. We need to transform the way we are producing and consuming food. We need to transform the energy system, but also our financial system. Because if we look at banks today, the banking sector is financing an economy that destroys nature. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, public and financial flow that have a direct negative impact on nature are in the order of 7 trillion a year. Meanwhile, nature-based solutions remain severely underfunded. They are estimated at 200 billion a year, which is only a third of the level needed to reach climate, biodiversity and land restoration targets by 2030. One thing is for certain is that with the humongous, huge challenge that we are facing, neither public development bank nor commercial banks are going to be able to address this challenge alone. Cooperation between banks is absolutely critical to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030 and achieve full recovery by 2050. This is what we call being nature positive. So before starting the discussion with my esteemed panelists today, I would like to briefly speak about a new report that we are launching, which is entitled Banking on Nature Positive. So you can see the cover and the QR code to access the report here. It has just been launched today. And this report presents a transformative 5-point nature positive agenda that serves as a roadmap for public and commercial banks to identify areas for collaboration, because once again, collaboration is key. The agenda covers different points, including defining what nature positive means for banks, enhancing transparency through robust data sharing, fostering innovative financial solutions, mobilizing collective actions with engagement with regulators and policymakers, which is absolutely critical, and building the internal capacity necessary for meaningful change. So I'm very pleased to welcome our guests and panelists today, representing some commercial development banks and regulator, to illustrate how these 5 points resonate within their own mandate and operation, and to identify challenges and key opportunity for collaboration to together achieve a nature positive agenda. So let me introduce you my panelists today, starting with Nicola Picciottino. You are the Secretary General of the International Development Finance Club, also known as IDFC, which represents 26 national and regional development banks, included in Latin America, the BNDES and CAF. So thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you for providing very useful input to this report. So thank you to you and your team. I'm very glad to have on my right Franco Pizza, Head of Sustainability at Grupo Bancolombia. Welcome and thank you. And Sjoerd van der Zwaar, I practiced. Senior Sustainable Finance Officer at the Dutch Central Bank, DNB, and also advisor to the co-chair of the NGFS Task Force on Biodiversity Loss and Nature-Related Risk. Thank you very much for joining. So my first question is for you, Franco. Bancolombia is the largest commercial bank in Colombia and one of the largest banks in Latin America. You're providing a range of financial services and products all over the region. And you're also a very good partner of WWF Colombia. Thank you for that, supporting our work on mangrove restoration. So I have one question in two. So the first question is, how strategic is this nature positive agenda for Bancolombia? And also, how do you translate the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework agenda into your operations?
Hello. Perfect. First, welcome to Colombia. I hope that you are enjoying all this interesting time here. Today is Financial Day, and we are connecting finance with biodiversity. That's connecting is something strange because always we're connected. Always. Maybe we are rising more conscious about that globally. We need to work together on this. This is obvious, but we need to put this in each conversation faster and deeper. Okay? Welcome again. So, for Bancolombia, this is so important. Why? Because it's our purpose. Bancolombia is promoting the sustainable development to achieve well-being for everyone. And nature is connected with well-being. No nature, not well-being for nobody. So this is so important, and we are including in our strategy, in our processes, different activities in order to assess the impact about our loans, our investment in biodiversity, and at the same time in social aspects. Just we have clear, this is something that we need to put clear in each conversation. Behind each environmental issue arise a social issue. We need to address and close gaps in social issues, working together with communities, with customers, with different industries in the economy to do better businesses, obviously, profitable, obviously, but just to gain in the process for nature, for communities on this. How to deal with is the main aspect here about how to involve the concept of net zero, net positive for 2030 to 2050. First one, evaluate and assess the risk on this kind of activities. Secondly, how to promote different activities in different scenarios to gain in biodiversity, to gain in social capital. And we are offering a range of different kind of solutions for better practices connected with the sustainable agenda in agriculture, which is obvious on this part of the process, how to use in a better way water, how to reduce impact in pollution with waste in general, but working together with the industry in plastics, because you know all the impact, but we need to work together on this, and how to develop new solutions connected with the nature-based solutions concept, working together mainly in infrastructure, from nature to different kind of activities in order to be adaptive and resilient in the climate agenda. So this is something relevant, is something important, and we need to move faster on this. But finally, on this question is, I am here at the same time representing not just Bancolombia as the largest financial institution in the country, but at the same time I'm representing here UNEP-FI, which is the largest movement from financial sector connected with the environmental and social agenda globally. I am part of the strategic global committee on this, and we are promoting the region, promoting Latin America as a really good opportunity globally to mobilize innovation, technology, and resources in order to work together on this. We need to stay here. We are here, but we need to move faster and deeper actions in order to achieve these goals with the sense of urgency.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Franco. My next question is for you, Nicolas. In 2022, at COP16, IDFC published a common position paper on biodiversity with 9 strong commitments to support an ambitious and effective DBF with a potential to mobilize more than 100 billion USD of biodiversity finance by 2027. So my question is, can you explain a little bit these commitments and give us a little bit of progress since 2022? Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for having me, having the club, and thanks to my distinguished panelists. I think it's really important what you have done, publishing, of course, the report, but also, and maybe more importantly, putting together in the same room the private sector, the regulators, and the public development banks. It's key to achieve what we want to achieve, to collaborate all together, and it begins by those events like that and this important report. Coming back to IDFC, you rightly say that we are a club of 26 public development banks from all over the world, very active in Latin America. You cited CAF and BNDH, but not only, we have also Bancoldex here in Colombia, and actually the CEO of Bancoldex, Mr. Javier Diaz Fajardo, is the co-chair of IDFC, sign of the importance of Colombia for the club. He was actually in an event, an official event this morning. But we have also CABE, we have also COFIDE from Peru, we have BICE, so very, very active in Latin America. Just some figures about the club. We issue every year 100 million euros of financing, and among them 200 million euros contributed directly to green finance. And in terms of biodiversity, it's an average of 20 billion euros every year. So we are quite on track to achieve the first commitment of 100 billion euros. If you divide it by 5, it's 20 billion per year. So we're on track, but we need to do more. And by that we launch different projects. You named, of course, the 9 commitments, but I wanted also to emphasize the fact that we are working within the club with what we call the working groups, mobilizing experts from our institutions to discuss and to implement some new instruments, some new commitments. And one of those working group is biodiversity, sign of the importance of biodiversity for the club. And because I don't want to take too much time, but one last thing, we also have a technical assistance facility, the IDFC facility, to help our members to better finance different types of projects. So we build programs and we raise money from donors, different donors, can be philanthropies, can be governments, can be also directly the members. For instance, AFD, the French Agency for Development, they committed 5 million euros to this facility 4 years ago. And one of the important instruments we developed thanks to the IDFC facility is what we call the biodiversity toolbox. It's a toolbox aiming to better assess and take into account biodiversity into the financing of our members. And this toolbox, it was mainly built by KfW, the German public development banks, one of our members. And during 2 years, we had a lot of trainings for the members to help them implement this toolbox. And now, and it's really important, it's available for everyone. It's on our website. So if you go on idfc.org, you can find this toolbox. You can directly download it, and you have a lot of videos to explain how to better assess biodiversity in your financings.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you for those great examples and work. So now let me turn over to you, Short. So NGFS has published in 2022 a very important report that highlights that biodiversity loss poses systemic risk in the same way as climate change, and call for concerted actions by central banks and financial supervisors to act. So thank you very much for this report, because it really moved the needle, and for us it was absolutely key to our narrative. So thank you for that. Can you explain a little bit to us what is the role of central banks in achieving a nature positive agenda?
Sure, thank you very much. Maybe to start off with, to say that this transition and the goals of the GBF are critical to central banks as well. And I think there are a myriad of reasons why achieving the GBF is important. But I think one of them certainly is that we need it to maintain financial stability. And that is what we look at as central banks. And to quote our president here, Klaas Knot, it's illusion to think that we can preserve that financial stability if the degradation of nature continues. So it's in our interest to see how we can facilitate the transition to manage those risks on the long run. And I think that is where we come into play. So I think it's important to recognize that we are just one player in a larger ecosystem. We have a specific mandate, often focused on financial stability and risk. And from that flows a set of tools that we can use and the expertise within our buildings. So I think from that tool set, from that expertise, we try to figure out a way to pitch in without saying that we can cover everything or solve everything. So we do our part, but also need governments and other actors to step up. So what are some of the examples that we try to do? And I think first of all, maybe recognize that this, if you want a good answer to the question, you need to look at a local level, because every institution differs, has maybe a slightly different role, has a different role in the ecosystem, but at a very generic level, I think one of the roles is certainly to manage the financial risks that stem from nature loss and measures to protect and restore nature. So there are a few things we can do, integrated in financial supervision, look at it from a macro perspective, do scenarios analysis, mainly to point out that nature loss presents risks that need to be addressed. Indirectly, that could lead to action. We also need to practice what we preach. So greening our own operations is certainly part of that conversation. It won't change the course of the transition, but it is important to make sure that we do what needs doing and also learn from that in our conversations with other banks, because often we're faced with the same problems as commercial entities or even MDBs. And I think finally, and that shouldn't be underestimated, the importance of pitching in with the knowledge that we have, be it from developing a scenario and sharing it with the wider community so that commercial banks might be able to use it, but also thinking about some of the tougher problems ahead. And to provide an example, you just mentioned nature-based solutions. We know that the large majority of funding is public-based. We need to scale up private finance to make sure there's enough funding for nature-based solutions, and that at the moment is not happening. So we started within DNB to think about this problem, to see what are some of the obstacles, how can we pitch in with the knowledge that we have, what role does pricing play, in a similar way that we think about the climate problem. So that provides some insights in the role that central banks can play.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you for this great work and examples. So now let me go back to the banks. And my question to you is all about collaboration. And we talk a lot in our report about the need to develop financial instruments and products, and some innovations are happening in this matter. So can you explain a little bit to us what are the kind of innovation or new financial instruments that you are developing to address this biodiversity funding gap and more nature for finance in your different organizations? So I don't know who wants to start. Nicolas, please.
It's okay. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And I also wanted to emphasize what you said. It's really, really important and crucial to have the regulators within us, and important in order to support the collaboration with the private sector to set up the right frameworks. And thank you for the work the NGFS is doing. Really, it's amazing. But you have said financing nature, it's really not easy. I talked about the capacity building we have thanks to the facility. We are also working in a larger network that is called Finance in Common, FIX. It's the network, the coalition of the 530 public development banks, and actually IDFC is a founding member of this coalition. Within this coalition, there is what we call the FIX Innovation Lab. It's a laboratory to work on concrete new solutions, innovative solutions, and among the four we are working on, two are directly related to biodiversity and nature in general. The first one is the climate-related debt clauses. We want to, of course, it's starting, and we want to take into account more biodiversity risk into those debt. The other one is the debt for nature swaps that are being implemented more and more. But we really want to partner with institutions that have already worked on those kind of swap to better streamline those instruments. You have rightly said also that collaboration with private sector is key, and I'm really glad that we are speaking with UNEP-FI and with Banco Colombia. It's important. One of the things is that with the public development banks, we try to invest where nobody wants to invest, but it's only to encourage and to show that sometimes the risks perceived are not the real risk. And so we do the job, and then we created what we call a database. It's called the GEMS database, that is gathering all the data from actually 40 public development banks, and it's a database that is accessible to everyone, so you can see the real rates of default, the probability of default, the loss given defaults that we are facing when we want to invest in different sectors. And last but not least, in terms of collaboration and recognizing also the great importance and the great role of the regulators, I wanted to say that FIX is organizing the fifth FIX summit in Cape Town by the end of February, and it will be the first time that the summit will be organized at the same dates in the same venue as the ministerial and regulators G20 first meeting, because you all know that South Africa is taking the presidency of the G20. So it will be, and of course we are working, and a lot of representatives from the private sector are present. So it will be a very good occasion also to work on a better framework and better collaboration between all those actors.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you. Talk about innovation is something that is very relevant. I want to talk in two specific points about human beings, about solutions from Bancolombia that is similar to the other financial institution, and finally, how to work together, because all of three are connected with the innovation concept, because all of us here have some specific aspect in common. Please raise your hands, all the human beings on the room. Okay, perfect, thank you. No matter which is our role, our responsibility, we are connected in the same specific problem and in the same specific solution, and this is part of the innovation. How to arise our conscious about that, and how to work together in a different way than previous. This is something relevant. We are here because we are working together, but if we are looking 10 years before, maybe not, I don't know, or not in the same way that we are working right now. And in this connection with human beings, because we are part of the biodiversity. It's not biodiversity and human beings, no, we are part of the biodiversity. And the economy is connected. Each activity in the economy is connected with biodiversity. no matter which activity it is, but it's connected and depends on biodiversity. So this is irrelevant. So human beings, because behavior is relevant, economic, because many activities are developing there and each activity has an impact. And finally, in this specific issue, financial sector, because we are promoting those activities in the economy and we are responding to the behavior of consumption of human beings. How to work together on that? Because we need to be more innovative on this specific issue. But work together is one of them. Secondly, solutions in a specific concept. Bancolombia has a specific commitment on this agenda, SDG agenda, not just biodiversity. And it's to mobilize during this decade, 2020 to 2030, $140 billion. Twice the size of Bancolombia Group. This is no social responsibility. No, this is the strategy of the organization, and many organizations globally are working on that. Okay, we are offering on this solutions in credit lines, which is something that is innovative in the market. Maybe not yet, but in some cases, 10 years before, was a really complex conversation about what is that. Right now we have different questions, but the same specific commitment about that. Credit lines in different range of opportunities. I was talking some of them in my previous answer. And the other aspect here is how to promote conservation. We have established with different allies in the country and in the countries that we are operating. We are at the same time in Panama, Guatemala, El Salvador, mobilizing resources in order to connect others in payments for environmental services, working together with communities. Here in Colombia, more than 20,000 in different regions in the country, protecting the environment and at the same time closing social gaps, offering new opportunities in order to be more productive, protecting the environment. And this is something that is innovative here, mobilizing the Habitat Banks concept, working together in agreements for 20 and 30 years. Something complex because many financial institutions and private sector too are just looking for the next 12 months, in some cases 3 years. But when you're talking about 2050, say, oh, what? 2050? Could you imagine those kind of conversations? Finally, on this specific area, we are promoting nature-based solutions, working together with actors as WWF. We have a specific strategy to protect oceans, working together in mangrove with communities. They are protecting the mangrove, making restoration, and at the same time trying to develop new opportunities in ecotourism, for example. And how to work together on that, because here in Colombia, and I invite you to visit different places here. It's a beautiful country, really. And we are working at that, which is something that is innovative because it's something that is not regular for the institutions and in the conversation. So my last innovation is how to work together, because at least it's the only way that we have on this. And we need to make different questions and obtain different solutions, working in the same aspect, because we need regulation in the right way just to habilitate this kind of possibilities. We are working together with multilateral banks, national developing banks. It's mandatory and it's necessary. But finally, my concern is that many financial institutions, as private banks that are developing those kind of strategies, are more similar to a national developing bank. The strategies and the aim are just merged in the real scenario. Finally, we will working together on the same aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franco. And I think it's absolutely critical what you just said, the fact that we are all working on the same topic and that we absolutely need to share expertise, experience, and learn from one another and collaborate to make sure that we are contributing to this huge nature positive agenda. I mean, there is room for a lot of efforts and collaboration is key. So my last question is for you, Schwartz, before we are opening up for questions. So stay tuned if you want to ask questions, we will have time. So when it comes to nature-related risk, financial risk, recent research conducted by WWF has shown that 7 of the top 10 biodiversity hotspot nations are lagging behind in banking supervision for nature-related risk. And all 10 are falling short in integrating these risks into insurance supervision. So what are the key challenges here? How come? And the follow-up question is, how do you think collaborating with private bank, commercial banks, public development bank can help create an enabling environment to tackle those issues?
Sure, and maybe to start off, because I think there will be a lot of acronyms flying through the room today, maybe explain what the NGFS is first. So the NGFS, the Network for Greening the Financial System, is a network of around 130 central banks and supervisors that collaborate on climate and nature. So it started off with a heavy focus on climate, but since that statement we increasingly try to integrate the nature in what we do. And that is the task force that DNB and Banque de France co-chair, but which has a large membership that expands certainly beyond DNB and Banque de France and includes many different institutions from many different places of the world. So maybe that as an intro to what the NGFS is. Now, I think when you mention such as statistics, I think it's really important to be careful about what does it mean? And I think there are a few observations here. So how does it work? We have companies operating in those biodiversity hotspots that either have a negative or a positive impact on that terrain or on that landscape. Those companies are often financed or insured by financial institutions such as banks or insured by insurers, and that can lead to risks. And those risks are the risks that we look at as a central bank and supervisor. And I think there are a few important conclusions here. So first of all, financial regulation is not a substitute for protection policies to protect those biodiversity hotspots. The mechanisms work very indirectly. We say manage your risk, and that could mean that financial institutions divest from certain practices or invest in things, but it's an indirect mechanism. So I think that is first important to note. Second of all, these biodiversity hotspots have a very systemic importance. So effects taking place in one biodiversity hotspot could affect ecosystems somewhere else. Reduction of the Amazon affects weather patterns that affects ecosystems in other parts of the world and are therefore important to the other regulators. And a lot of these companies operating in the biodiversity hotspots are financed by foreign banks or insurance, etc., etc. So we can't afford to only look at it locally. We need to look at the global landscape of regulation to see how we address it. That doesn't mean that local regulation isn't important. And I think that is where we see increasing recognition of the importance of nature-related risks, but we also sometimes lack the capacity to act on it. So from the NGFS, we try to deal with it in a few ways. First of all, we issued a conceptual framework on nature-related financial risks. And what we try to do there is put in a simple way how nature degradation and transition policies could lead to the traditional risk categories like market risk, etc. And it's intended to be a concise document, so I won't provide all the answers, but really help to break down this really complex question and make it a bit easier for people to act on it. And that can often be an important starting point. Now, another movement I see is that sometimes people made a start, looked at the impacts and dependencies that their financial systems have on nature, but it's not the same as risk, because we don't know which hazards materialize, we don't know exactly how vulnerable actors are to it, and that is still a big challenge to tackle. So another document we published is one around nature scenarios, where we try to move from those basic exposure studies, as we call it, to a measurement of risk. And through publishing such studies, we hope that it enables central banks and local regulators to start looking at these risks on a forward-looking basis. So those are some of the things that we try to do, and it's still a lot of work, so the task force is still in play. We're still trying to push the agenda here, but at least we made a start. And I think on collaboration, last question, I think what we try to do in the Netherlands is set up a sustainable finance platform where we have ministries, private institutions and regulators on the same table to figure out how we can advance the transition, which eventually we all need to go through, and how can we end up in an open conversation about some of the challenges that we face. So that is certainly one way of creating that conversation that you alluded to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think that this platform is absolutely brilliant, and this is something that needs to be replicated in many jurisdictions, because collaboration is the answer. Let me turn out to the audience. If you have any questions, we have 10 minutes that we can dedicate to question and answer. So please raise your hands if you have specific questions for our panelists. Yes. I will give you my mic.
Thanks very much. Really brilliant to hear. I'm Tim Polashek from the Capitals Coalition. I've got a quick question for Sjoerd. You commissioned a great study on an understanding of dependencies on ecosystem services for the Dutch financial sector, that the financial sector was dependent to about 500 billion. I just wondered, have you seen uptake by the private banks, insurers, and investors with that kind of information and really getting to action on the ground?
Thank you. Maybe I can take more questions and we can answer after that. Who else? Okay.
Thank you very much for squeezing my question in. I'm Cornelia Neumann. I work for Oliver Wyman, which is a consulting firm specializing on financial institutions. The most interesting part about the title of the session for me was the pathways. What are the pathways going to look like? We have a rough idea of the concepts of no nature loss, nature conservation, reserving it, etc. But we're far from having a pathway such as we have for financed emissions or for emission reduction on the nature agenda. And I was just wondering whether any one of the panelists had an idea of what are the pathways actually going to look like that we're steering towards.
Another question, maybe? Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sam Nicol from the CSIRO in Australia. I'm really interested in the idea of that for Nicola, the database of rates of default. I guess it's generally perceived, at least in our world, that it's risky to invest in nature. And so I'd be curious just to hear kind of how that looks, and also maybe some reflections on what kind of investments go in there, and maybe some sense of which ones are risky and which ones are not.
Thank you. And I think there was it was another questions from behind. No more. Oh yeah, this lady there. No.
Thank you very much for the panel. Very interesting. Laura Garcia from Lombardo Dier Asset Managers. As we are having this discussion on the working groups, they are discussing very much about the financial mechanism of the Global Biodiversity Fund. And as I was following the negotiations last week, non-agreement has been reached. And many countries have been saying that is the time for the private sector to step in. I know that negotiations about money are very difficult, but I was wondering if we can have a little bit more of color. Why North countries are saying this is because there is some thinking around, there is enough catalytic capital already for the private sector to step in. So what is exactly your thoughts on why this is happening? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. So maybe we can start with the first one. I think it was for you, Short. If you want to answer this one?
Yeah, sure. So indeed, I think DNB was one of the first central banks to do such a study and look at the dependencies of our financial sector on nature, and then indeed concluded that 36% of the assets looked at were highly dependent on nature. And I think there are a few ways in which that was taken on board. So I think one of the ways that other central banks worked on that and improved on it. So we've seen the Central Bank of France, but also Brazil, Malaysia, ECB, and many others, each time taking that work up and making it better. And that showcases the importance of putting materials like this out there so that others can build on it, even if it's not perfect yet. We also see that by saying this and by putting it on the agenda, other institutions, including private institutions, start looking at this risk more carefully. So that is another role. Of course, I think there are a lot of incentives initiated by those banks, insurers, etc. But at the same time, we also say clearly in our supervisory guidance, this could be a material risk. So dear financial institution, look at the impacts and dependencies and manage the risks that come from it. So I think that is one way. We also try to more actively push for the assessment of those impacts and dependencies. And I think it's reflected in the TNFD framework as well. So that probably also will give a push to it. Now, maybe a brief response to the transition pathways, and I'll leave the elaborate answer to the other panelists. I think my personal perspective is, I think it is very difficult to pinpoint what does good look like at the moment. And I think for central banks, it makes it even harder to act because it soon becomes political. I think few ways forward for me are first looking at some of the negative impacts. What do we already know that is not helping? And that might be a way to simplify some of the transition pathways and build from there. And linked to that is maybe the question around prioritization. Do we want a transition path for everything, or can we come up with more local, more sectoral transition pathways to make a start on certain subject areas already? I think that is certainly an area that's on my mind.
Thank you very much. Do you want to contribute as well on the pathways, or yeah, please, and Nicola as well.
I will try. No, but at the end, we need to understand clearly that of those kind of issues are so strange for financial sector, not just in this moment, but I want to refer why we are talking more about climate than biodiversity and do specific on this kind of solutions, because the pathway of climate is developed more than the other one, okay? But at the same time, more financial institutions are more conscious about the impact of climate change, and they have a specific pathway about how to assess the impact, how to measure the emissions in their portfolios, and how to establish the transition of this with specific goals. It's the same question in the other part. Okay, why we have now PBEF? Because we had PCAF. We have now TNFD because we have TCFD. It's something that is better. That is a human behavior, okay? It's better and this is the way, okay, we want to follow. But at the end, we have pathways for risk and for opportunities right now developed. Because we are measuring impact in biodiversity and using the methodologies in order to establish the hierarchy, in order to obtain a gaining process at the end, okay? The net positive in biodiversity in the projects. Obviously, the science is offering to everyone a specific scenario that we are losing that fight. We need to continue on this deeper and faster. But in the scenario of the opportunities, we had at the same time a specific pathway defined right now for the convention, working together with World Bank and IFC, and we have right now in the financial sector an answer for the question, okay, which is the connection, what kind of activities we can to support, but at the end, a big percentage of those activities are right now connected with financial sector, but when they are raising knowledge and conscious, said, okay, which kind of thing we need to improve? Agriculture. Many activities are supported by agriculture, but which is the next step on this? Regenerative, okay, on a specific path with that in that way. In just a specific example, how the use of water is another specific aspect. How to use it, nature-based solutions, conservation, different activities are that, and it's a specific pathway. And I want to show you. This is a specific and relevant approach for financial sector in the report of WWF, and the other aspect, two specific documents from IFC and the convention about that, because it's just a specific message for financial sector about the pathways. Say, okay, this is the scenario that you need to follow, and please just give me. I want to show you something here, just to illustrate that, if it's possible, because in this document you can just to see for financial sector the activity, which is the impact in biodiversity, pollution, natural conservation, relation between climate adaptation and mitigation, and a range of at least 60 activities. Financial sector have more information right now that is the pathway that will be followed in the coming years. We are starting on this with more conscious, but it's the same question that you made is a question for many financial institutions right now. And we are working together with regulators, with multilateral banks on this. But thanks, these are really, really nice questions.
Yeah, thank you. And if I can just add, I mean, you will find a lot of answer, hopefully, to your questions in the report as well. So please look at it on time. And I have the question on database, maybe, or Nicola, you want to take this one?
Of course, and on the risk globally, thank you for asking it. The first answer is go to the website. It's important, and everything is online. I insist on it. It's critical for us to be transparent. But just to give you a flavor, within IDFC, we started reporting the biodiversity commitments in 2018, and we have a probability of default of less than 2% on those projects. So it's not we are only 26, but it's still something. Some advice also is to trying to add some technical assistance every time you can to strengthen the project preparation. The more the project is prepared, the better it is financed and the less risky it is. One good example, because you asked for concrete example, is the mangrove restoration project. They work really well. And really quickly on the negotiation, it's a tough question. The beauty of the public development banks is that we are not political. We are country-owned, but we have our own governance. And for instance, just to, it's not on biodiversity, but it's on climate. Within IDFC, we published a paper on what should be the finance post-2025. You know that the negotiation actually on COP29 are focusing on NCQG. I'm a bit worried that we will not reach an agreement. We managed to have an agreement within the 26 public development banks from the north, from the south, highlighting the importance of transformational finance. And maybe a last point on generally the involvement of the private sector. Food for thought, we are thinking about creating an asset class for public development bank to channel more financial flows and private flows towards what we think is good, because we know that the public development bank, they invest or at least a large proportion of them invest in SDGs, in biodiversity, and insisting also on the role of co-financing. And this is why it's important to have the private sector and Boko Colombia here with us. You said it quite rightly, co-financing is key. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anything you want to contribute to answer the questions? All good? Okay. So let me, before we close, let me ask you a final question to all our panelists. So what does a successful COP16 look like for you? What is your main expectation out of COP16? Who wants to start? Nobody? Franco, please.
Tricky question. You know, I am here, I'm Colombian. I am promoting that agenda globally. At the same time, the main message during the previous 12 months was that is an opportunity for the region to connect investors, resources, with the specific projects in the region, working together with communities, solving social problems in the region through those kind of initiatives, because for me are the only way to address many issues that are in the region and globally too. You know, for me, it's not just about the logistics, it's not about the conversation, it's about what happened after COP16 in the region. Because we need, at the end, to promote the same concept. All about that issue is about human behavior. Again, raise your hands. Again, but to do something about that from your role. Each one have an opportunity here and have a responsibility how to mobilize this, because second, we need to work together on that. It's something that is common sense, but it's not regular, the common in the conversation, but we need to work together on that, because it's an opportunity for everyone, really, for your role and for your human perspective. And finally, I will be happy if the financial sector will be more committed about that, with the specific pathways. I agree with you. That trying to use all of this information that is put on this conversation during COP16, because it's the moment. Okay, COP, everyone is working together. Okay, we need to launch something that advice, resources, messages, opportunities, projects is here. But what happened after with all those kind of activities, if something happened, 10%, 5%, 1%, I will be happy about the success of COP16. Finally, we need to move faster and deeper. The responsibility is about each one of here, and obviously in each part, not just COP. We need to promote this kind of things, and thank you again for this invitation.
Thank you very much.
I think so. We have the GBF targets, and now we need to make it real. So the theme seems to be implementation, which I think is a very valid one. Of course, I'll be keeping my eye out on resource mobilization, because it's right within my alley. But to me, progress on monitoring and review might be I think one of the critical steps that we need to take. So how do we measure if we're on the right path? Because it could be the bridge between some of the protection targets in there and the finance targets. So that is certainly something I will be looking to, and hopefully we can make some progress on.
And maybe to complement, the pathways are important, but you have seen how difficult it was to answer the question. So it's a wish, and I'm not sure we're going to achieve it, but it was like what should be the best COP, arriving at some kind of a pathway, and maybe having in mind that we have also this those initiatives, the country platforms. I think we need to put more power on it. It's really aligning the country strategies within the definition of critical sectors, which could be biodiversity in it, and then attracting investors with the public development banks at the center of it. But yeah, let's hope that it's going to be a good COP.
Thank you very much. So I think as a wrap-up, very, very high-level wrap-up, I think you showed today that collaboration is absolutely key for all of us to achieve our common goals, so nature positive by 2030. Collaboration between commercial banks, public development banks is absolutely critical for co-financing, but also to share data, to share frameworks. We're all talking about what nature positive means for a bank, but I think it's very important to share information and to understand how to, because there's different, lesson learned in each type of institutions. Also critical to engage with regulators and policymakers to enable, to create an enabling environment for this transition towards nature positive. So thank you so much for joining us, and to the panelists for sharing your great insight with us today. And I wish you a happy Finance Day at COP16.
guys, maybe we can make a start, just in terms of timing and stuff. I just wanted to say good afternoon to everyone here, and please don't laugh at this pronunciation, but buenas tardes, everyone. And from where I'm coming from, habari za jioni, which is in Swahili as well. So, guys, I just wanted to say a good welcome to everyone here. This session is being live streamed as well, and we had a full registration, so I'm expecting that the room will fill up quite quickly soon as well. So just a quick intro from my side before I bring in all the other panelists. And I don't know whether this is day 1, day 2, or week 2 for everyone here, but I think what we've been hearing throughout the COP16 is really about the urgency of what we need to do around nature-based. Yesterday, in this same room around the same time, I heard about the fact that what they were saying is when you think about climate, the issues around climate is really all about mismanagement of nature. So here today, we're not just talking nature, we're talking nature and climate as well. But we've also heard a lot about the importance of really bringing in communities, the importance of looking at projects more holistically, the urgent need for also sustainable development in certain parts of the world as well. And it's all these different aspects that we're really trying to balance. So today, what we really wanted to look at was designing what's needed. So how do we accelerate nature-based carbon solutions in Africa? And why is this important to someone like us who's hosting this as FSD Africa? FSD is dedicated to advancing sustainable financial systems and to promote economic growth and resilience across the African continent. And therefore, we see nature-based solutions addressing the immediate environmental challenges that we're facing, as well as creating the new economic opportunities and mobilizing investments in sustainable practice. These approaches align with our mission to build inclusive, resilient financial systems that benefit both people and the planet. And that's why this topic is very, very key to us. And later this week, on Thursday, we'll also be launching an accelerator that's based on carbon and nature. And that's why the subject of designing what's needed is absolutely important to us. So we're hoping to learn a lot from the panelists here today, but we're also hoping to learn quite a bit with an interactive discussion with you in the room as well. So who do we have with us today? So on my immediate left, Arnold Uzabiaga, I hope I pronounced that right, who's the head of impact at Propaco. Dr. Daniel Ortego Pacheco, did I get that right? Excellent. Director at Biocarbon, as well as the director of Forest, Carbon and Climate Program at the Michigan State University. And then Keith Bohannon, the CEO of Plan Vivo. So jumping straight into the session, I'm going to ask each panelist to give a bit more of an elaborate introduction on themselves, as well as why, in particular, this subject is quite key to the work that they do. But in addition to that, I'll also be directing individual questions that they can answer as they do the introduction as well. So let me start with Keith. Yeah, so Keith, accelerator models. I know that Plan Vivo has been implementing a lot of these models to support, in particular, community-led projects to access nature markets. Can you share some of the key learnings, as well as the success factors and challenges that can help us in really designing similar programs in the future? Yes, sorry, just to switch it on.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Just for those people, do provide capacity building support and training support to help projects to get through the process. And we started to do some research around what models are out there that might help for the type of projects we worked with. And we actually looked at the tech industry, where there are good examples of accelerator models like Y Combinator, which are around building tech startups and getting them to accelerate through that process. What we liked was the kind of approach which wasn't a project by project approach, but it was really about peer-to-peer learning. And it wasn't just giving training, it was actually giving access to finance as well as part of the accelerator. So we thought, could we copy certain elements of that? Could we adapt it to fit within the voluntary carbon market? So we are piloting, and we're just starting. So we're starting with a small pilot with 8 projects. 5 of them are in Africa, 2 in Kenya, 1 in Rwanda, 1 in Ghana, and 1 in Malawi, and 3 in Asia. And we are our initial start was to get feedback from our projects, from our network of pilot projects, on what support they wanted. And one of the big areas where they wanted support was on things like financial literacy. How could they plan to build in the carbon revenue into the planning of their project? Alongside, a lot of them are working on agroforestry, so maybe they're working with coffee farmers. So how do they have a blended finance approach of using the income from coffee versus the income from carbon, and make that work into a holistic business model? So the key elements of what we're doing are around providing mentoring, technical support, peer-to-peer learning between the different projects, because we find a lot of the projects have different strengths and weaknesses. So some have very strong leaders, maybe some are very good at the technical carbon side, and others could support other projects. So that peer-to-peer learning is very important. And our stage of the process is focusing on the project idea note, which is like the concept note, to the project design document, which is when the project is ready to be validated and start to issue. That's where projects get stuck. They have a great idea, but they don't have the resources to get it to certification. And if they can't, that means they can't start to bring finance into the project. So that's the bit that we're focusing on.
Thank you, Keith. There's a couple of things there that I'd like to come back to. We talked a bit about the blended finance side, and also when we were chatting earlier, we also talked about cross-learning from other sectors, especially on the tech side. And I think that would be quite interesting if you could just explore on that a bit more with us, because I think whenever we're looking at a sector, we seem to think that we've got to start everything from start to finish on the basis it's unique to our sector. Yet there's so much that we can learn that's already been proven, including what hasn't worked. So maybe could we explore that a bit more on the tech side?
Sure, yeah. Well, we're quite lucky in that we last year we had a call for new board members, and we actually got somebody who applied who's got a 20-year track record of working in the tech industry, building small companies, software companies, and taking them through an accelerator model. So when he applied, we thought this is a bit of too good of an opportunity to miss, to get this guy and to try and tap into some of that learning and knowledge. So he's been helping us to design the scope of how we do this pilot. He actually was an advisor on some of these tech incubators already. So he's also, apart from going through an accelerator, he has also been involved in supporting other companies and organizations through. So he sees it from both sides. So he's been helping us to design that. We also have, one of the things he mentioned to us straight away was that, again, trying to find ways to bring projects together was really important in some of those, like Y Combinator. And I thought, I was quite surprised, because I thought in that environment it would be so competitive that companies wouldn't really want to work together, but he said that actually wasn't the case. I think for our projects, I guess it's less competitive because they're not really competing against each other in such a commercial way. So, but there's already, we've only been running a few months, and already there's a lot of willingness from projects to share. And in the mentor scheme, again, that was another one which he said was really powerful, was to have mentors who have already done it and try to pair them up with the right projects. So we actually have projects that have already been certified, have scaled up, are already doing it, now passing that knowledge back on to projects that are just starting. So there's two really key learnings that we got.
Excellent. Thank you for that, and I'm sure we'll come back for more. But at this stage, let me go to Dr. Daniel Ortega as well. I know you've been doing quite a bit of research, especially on the Latin America side, and a lot of good partnerships as well with different organizations. Can you, how are these nature-based carbon solutions structured to really maximize on the biodiversity benefits in both Latin America context and also how you see this context applying in an African context as well? And what frameworks or practices do you think have proven to be effective in ensuring that these biodiversity outcomes are prioritized alongside the carbon goals as well?
Okay, hopefully you can hear me. Thank you so much. Honestly, I had prepared this in Spanish, so you have to bear my accent now. But since I got the invitation from Reshma to really discuss this in the context of potential cross-collaboration with Africa, I was fascinated. So thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm really privileged and honored to be share this panel with Keith and with Arnaud. I think that what Plan Vivo does and Proparco does in terms of big bank investment is already good practices. So the three key takeaways that I would like for you to retain in your minds through my intervention today is first, I truly believe that the theory of change for mobilizing climate finance is about building integrity. And we'll speak to that and what we're doing about building high integrity for carbon projects at the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, which is one of the hats that I wear. Today I'm with my academic hat, and from this academic hat, what we are doing is the second takeaway for you. It's about partnerships, right? The only way that we can accelerate capacity building and deployment of robust, good practices on the ground at farmer levels, but also for policymakers to create enabling environment is through capacity building. At least in Latin America, that's the situation. So that's the second takeaway, partnership to accelerate that high integrity that can be built. And thirdly, cross-collaboration. When we decide to set up this partnership for agricultural carbon, we learn actually from Africa. So I think that this has been a bi-directional collaboration already. We look at what was going on in Africa actually with Rabobank and Plan Vivo, spreading the word about mobilizing payments to farmers, small farmers through Africa. How could we bring this model back to Latin America, but in a more focused approach than what ACME is doing? ACME is the initiative to accelerate markets at large in Africa. So that's why ICA, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation in Agriculture, decided to host this partnership in response to a specific call from the ministers of agriculture in the region. So this is government-led type of effort to build capacities. I couldn't put that in a more simple manner. And we are privileged to have, as part of this partnership, the largest carbon crediting programs like BERA, Gold Standard, to collaborate among themselves, to learn from each other. Usually it's hard to create those frank and friendly conversations in an environment that could be interpreted as competitive, but this is happening in the partnership level. And Plan Vivo, it's through Rabobank, which is our member, we have been able to learn the good practices that are happening, at least in Latin America, when it comes down to implementing agricultural carbon projects. So coming back to your questions, how we ensure that this is at the heart, we follow the recent guidance on integrity, both from BCMI, which is a Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, that is also a member of our partnership, and from the Integrity Council, which actually recommends to move from co-benefits to the notion of co-benefits. What we are trying to build is that carbon credits can become an eligible asset for impact investment. Carbon credits, although there are areas for improvement, it has one particular beauty. It is third-party verified. You don't have that in many of the outcomes taking place already in the market. So if this is third-party verified, an impact investor may be attractive to this if you can demonstrate the KPIs are being developed, the key performance indicators. So that what Integrity Council has recommended is that you need to identify these outcomes at the very beginning. So it's not just a co-benefit, it's built in the design and the process, how you implement it and how you report it and monitor throughout time. And that's essentially what we have come out recently. We prepare a policy brief identifying those good practices that can help you deliver positive impact on biodiversity by building both a policy enabling environment for this to occur from the government side of things, but on the project developer side of things, how can you work with the farmers so this is acquired early on and becomes a standard practice? I think that should be my first round.
Excellent. I'm just listening to the two of you. I'm seeing some themes emerging in terms of building, and a lot of it around areas of partnership, collaboration, learning, peer learning as well. How do we drive high integrity? But I'm also hearing now around measurement and impact. And so let me go to you first, and then I want to come back into it as well. And Arnold is head of impact at Proparco. And having worked with Proparco for a number of years now, I'm kind of familiar with some of the models that you do, but I'm very interested in what innovative financing models do you believe are the most effective in really promoting nature-based solutions in Africa? And can you share some successful examples from Proparco's initiatives? And again here, going back to the fact of learning from different sectors, it doesn't have to have proven in nature-based, but it's something that could be applicable. I think would be equally interested in hearing about that too. Yeah.
Thanks, Reshma. So I'll give a brief introduction on who's Proparco with the French Development Finance Institution. So we are a subsidiary of the French Development Agency. So we're financing companies and projects in the private sectors. Mostly, I think half of our financing is in Africa. And I had the impact team. So historically we had an impact measurement role, and now we try to do impact management. So not only measuring, but also contribute to the project to improve our outcomes and impacts, and hopefully contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals. Maybe I'll tackle the second part of your question first, because it's the easiest. I wish I had successful stories to share, but hopefully I will be back at next COP to share some successful stories. We're pretty much at the designing stage. That's why I like the designing in the title of the event, because part of the work we do, and what we've been doing with you on your previous role as well, is we work with counterparts to design also the projects, especially on the impact measurement side. And so that's pretty much where we are at now in terms of nature-based carbon solutions. And we'll link up to the first part of your question and the innovative models. That's why we like being innovative. The easy answer would be blended finance. Keith already touched upon it. We're a blended finance provider where we can provide patient capital. We can de-risk projects because nature-based solution projects are risky, and also because if we want to scale up this type of projects, we'll need to attract private investors, and private investors want to be de-risked. So that's one thing we can do, but I think that's the most financial part. And I'm not a financial guy, so I like to talk more about the extra financial component. And I think we need to be really innovative as well on the extra financial. And first way is to do more results-based financing, and I mean with carbon credits is an obvious one, and maybe easier to do than other components. We start doing it. So for those who are not familiar with results-based financing, is where you tie some conditions of your financing with some environmental or social outcomes. With the carbon market, it's easy to focus on the environmental outcome, on the tons of CO2 removed or avoided. So that's already been done. But I think we can also be more innovative on the social side of these projects. Because I think it's one of the pain point is not pain point, both risk and opportunity is the social component of this project. And historically, we focused a lot on planet profit on this project, but people is really the component. I think Keith mentioned it as well. And I think we can be, at this stage, really innovative, still innovative on how you share the value across the life cycle of this project. And I think with results-based financing, we can provide a way to provide the solutions for that as well, and it will also help attract more investors, because I think that's the other. I mean, the obvious one we see with blended finance is that we see potential attraction of or mobilization of investors that want to be de-risked, but I think it's one huge universe, but there's also a big one where people just want to buy impact, or want to buy tons of CO2 removed, or want to buy maybe a biodiversity or a social co-benefit. And by being innovative on that front, we can also attract more investors.
So one of the pacts that we had as a panel, as we were discussing this earlier, is this is going to be a conversation, and that we will go with the flow. So what's coming next has not been planned, so bear with the answers. But I think the certain things that we've picked on, and people has become a key theme that we've heard in all the responses. And when we talk about design and bringing in people in the design side, you get a lot of, well, it's stakeholder engagement, and it's kind of left at that. And I want to dive a bit deeper into that. So how do we involve people? And I mean not just the community, but also what you were talking about, whether it's carbon, whether it's co-benefits. How do you bring in the buyers discussion as well? So how do we break up our stakeholders to really drive the projects with high impact, high integrity, but have that in mind from the very beginning? So who would like to go first? Go on.
Let me try to give it the first try. So if you recall my previous intervention, I mentioned that the Partnership for Agricultural Carbon in Latin America and the Caribbean is government-led. But early on, by design, we decided to make it also inspired by farmers so that we can work with farmers for farmers. So in the partnership, we have brought at the very beginning founding members, larger carbon crediting programs, investors, because we have Rabobank, and we will continue to expand to others, so I will be knocking your doors sometime soon. But we also invited Farmers Association, the largest in the region, and they have helped shape the partnership, our planning, operational objectives, and how we do it, but particularly the deployment of training on the ground. And we have all agreed to work through the lenses of train the trainees type of approach to accelerate the current expertise that exists in the region, but take it down to even have what we call escuelas de campo, which is on-the-ground schools with farmers. And in that way, I would say that we have incorporated all the stakeholders. At this point in time, the partnership has not engaged with project developers because we wanted to protect a little bit of the independency of the process, but project developers now will be engaged as we move forward as members of the partnership to collaborate in both creating the training materials. We will be using online tools to accelerate and have availability of public access to these courses. They will not be charged. We are thinking to use Coursera just to accelerate the scale of the contributions, but at the same time build up the tools. So now that you mentioned in artificial intelligence, that will be another way to bring the knowledge from farmers on the ground so that other farmers can use it down the road. So I would say in simple manner, partnerships involving and engaging with the stakeholders in design and implementation, but at the same time partnerships so that we can transfer the lessons back to other regions and avoid the duplication, reduce transaction costs, and ensure that the materials that we create for Latin America, when possible and feasible, can be used in Africa or can be used in Asia and vice versa.
Excellent. Keith, Arnold, anything to add?
I can add to that. I think there's 2 points I wanted to pick up on from you guys. One, I think, was your mention of co-benefits to core benefits. I think we would wholeheartedly endorse that change in the kind of language, because, as you say, Reshma, that previously I think people see working with communities as a tick of stakeholder engagement, but it's about partnership, and it's also about partnership with communities. And we heard at some of the other panels this week from indigenous peoples and local communities saying, we don't want to be recipients, passive recipients here. We want to be active partners. And of course, there's a rights-based reason for that. These are people who actually own the land. They own this capital, and they have as much of a power in the partnership as the people who are investing. So there's that bit. But to come to your point, Arno, I think is also very good as well about that patient capital point you make. And inherently working with community projects in the global south is seen as more risky. So the natural assumption is more risk is more return. But for these projects to work, it has to be patient capital. So there's an educational piece as well to really, for us, and this is on us, to be able to better communicate the real impact of this work. Yes, the financial return is important, but as you mentioned, the biodiversity and social return, the value of that is significant and should also be considered. So I think there's that building that understanding both ways. Like what our kind of accelerator is doing is building the understanding from the ground up, but also we need to work on building the understanding the other way as well.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's overlooked. And maybe one of the reasons is that historically the way carbon credits were designed, it started from an industrial point of view, and it's more efficient, especially in an African context. It's more efficient to spend your dollar on energy efficiency in that less performing, more emissive, more polluting plant anywhere in Africa than in the US or in Canada or in Europe. And so the idea is to go where it's easiest to do. But if you look at nature-based solution projects, they're harder to do in an African context, I think. You touched on the land ownership, customary land ownership, fast evolving social context, and if you start looking at it, it's easier to do a forestry project in Finland or in Canada than in Congo. The only benefit then is that trees go faster in Congo, so you do have you do have an economic advantage, but the extra financial part of it, it's much more complex, and I think it's overlooked quite often.
Keith, are you going to add something? I see.
I was just going to add one thing. I think actually in our experience we've seen that nature-based projects with strong community engagement are easier to do in the global south than the global north, and you know I can give it from the context of we're based in Scotland, and actually the community structures there are not so obvious anymore, whereas if we have a project in Uganda or in Kenya, the traditional structures are very clear. Who you engage with, who the benefit sharing is with, is much clearer. And we actually had Pauline, she's from our project in Uganda, over in the UK for some of our stakeholder meetings. She actually was giving a lecture to the Community Forestry Association of Scotland on how to do community engagement. And they loved it. And they were like, actually, we could learn a lot from what's happening in the global south. So I take your point in terms of the scale inside, but sometimes there's a lot of lessons learned the other way too.
Excellent. When I listen to, especially when we talk about challenges, and you know, in the past I've worked in extractives where I've had to integrate sustainability not as a CSR but as a core element and core function, and really how to drive commercial, technical and sustainability. And then my previous role, as you referred to it, I was working in the financial sector. The big challenge I've always had is how to turn the word challenge on its head. How to make that challenge an opportunity and not a blocker. And so I'd like to just explore that a bit more as well, because there's one thing that we can see when we talk about Africa as a continent. We can see there's a community. But we don't really look to understand the dynamics of that community or the importance of that natural asset to them as well. And we look at it as a hurdle. We need to get past the community. So how can we, when we're designing from the beginning, how do we turn it that it's not a hurdle, but a core requirement?
Well, I'll start maybe because an easy way would be to incentivize and designing incentives, and that's what I meant in how you share the value of this project. So by incentivizing your local communities, I think you get strong support from them. So
Maybe to add, I think there was an interesting panel discussion actually just over there at the Conservation International Pavilion yesterday, and they presented the 200 billion annual gap for investing into nature finance. And the guy presenting said, like, people always talk about the challenges. Oh, how do we get the regulation there, and how do we get all this to line up? He said, if you're an entrepreneur, you've got a 200 billion annual market. That's an opportunity. So I think a bit of it is around framing. And I think if we think of Africa and the context and all the great examples we have of entrepreneurship coming from Africa, maybe it's framing this as an opportunity rather than a big, a big negative. This is a positive challenge to take this opportunity. So maybe a bit of it is in the comms and the framing of it.
Let me add to that from a partnership point of view, right? And the design of the partnership and the intervention, the theory of change and everything else, which I think should inform the efforts in Africa. Why the ministers of agriculture wanted to have these capacities? They recognize the limited fiscal space. On annual basis, their budget fiscal allocations for agriculture has been diminished, and at about 30%, which is huge, and will continue to do in the next decade as well. And they understand the increasing pressures on their sector that will come because they need to deliver on the NDCs and the scaling ambition on the NDC. So just transforming those risks at the systemic level and opportunity, they understand that they need to attract private investment that perceives this to be risky because of the region, because it's nature-based, and because it's agriculture-based, right? On top of that, you have the regulatory pressures from the European Union and other markets to achieve deforestation-free agriculture. So taking all those risks and transforming them into opportunities is possible if you build it by design the policy environment so that incentives are introduced. How this is introduced, because if the carbon project demonstrates that it's not only a co-benefit, but it was an intended outcome to be achieved, you can price that. And you set up the entire system, both at the national level in terms of regulation, but also in the project to deliver on that outcome. And as the ICBCM has already suggested, there is a specific tag that can be staggered across different SDGs because of the outcomes that you can achieve related to your carbon projects. So I think in this way around, by the time that you approach a farmer and you tell him, or her, would you be rather willing to implement these practices? They would tell you definitely yes, because it enables me access to my market, and two, you pay me an additional amount of resources because of the carbon effort that I conduct, which provides additional value to my clients, but to my community and my living standards.
Excellent. So the design aspects has to go all the way back to policy as well, which we've been discussing quite a bit too. As we promised a conversation, I do want to bring in the room as well. So any reflections on what we've talked about, any examples that you think have worked really well, or any other questions for the panelists that they can answer too. So let me open it up to the room. There is a mic at the front, so say any thoughts, comments, questions?
Hello? Yes. Thank you for the discussion. I mean, we're obviously at a biodiversity COP, and just thinking about these nature-based carbon solutions, what are you doing in terms of biodiversity monitoring in these projects specifically? I mean, I know Plan Vivo, we've actually worked a bit with you, but I'm curious just to hear from the panel what the biodiversity monitoring is specifically.
Well, I can start with a quick one. So in Plan Vivo, all of our projects have to have positive impact for social impact on biodiversity. Obviously on the carbon, there's certain rigid requirements around what methodologies can be used in line with best practice. In the social and biodiversity, we've got more flexibility depending on where the project's based, what type of project is, what's meaningful for them to measure in terms of biodiversity. We started to look at how do we make that better, how could we standardize it a bit more, how could we give projects more tools. And at the same time, there's a lot of interest around biodiversity credits or certificates. So we've actually developed a biodiversity standard, PV Nature, which has the same requirements around stakeholder engagement, participation, benefit sharing on the social side, but has a specific methodology to measure biodiversity, to generate measured biodiversity outcomes. And it's based on an ecosystem level measurement. It's a metric which takes a combination of species richness and diversity and taxonomic dissimilarity, and also habitat health and connectivity, and then basically measures ecosystem level change and rewards either a maintenance, if it's a kind of conservation project, or a positive increase in biodiversity. So it's an emerging market. Lots of discussions here this week about it. Lots of heated debates over how this market should or should work. Should there be offsets in this or not? But a lot of interest, and I think it's still new, but I think a lot of interest from corporates to see how they could have different use cases for how these certificates might be used. And I think it's complementary to the voluntary carbon market. And something, we know the funding gap is very high, so we need both. But
Perhaps briefly, because we work in the agricultural sector, perhaps it's a bit more practical for me to give you an example, but we have tried to identify the most mature, or let's say long-hanging fruits. And in terms of carbon projects in Latin America, that will be agroforestry. Farmers already understand that shading their crops will provide multiple benefits in terms of carbon management, above ground, below ground, and in biodiversity at large. So we are trying to use that best practice and showcase those examples. And if you read through the policy brief, which I will invite you all to do, we have tried to benchmark those best practices, but also recognize the challenges. The second is how you measure, right? So as a partnership, what we are proposing is to work collaborative with partners so that we can have shared tools. Why shared tools? Because it will not only reduce the transaction cost for the farmers to access them, because it will be publicly available, but it will be reliable for investors so that they have a consistent outcome reported. That will reduce the informational cost for the investors to do the due diligence and understand that reporting has been robust in alignment with the different already multiple standards outside there. So from a partnership point of view, identify those benchmarks, invite to incorporate them in policy. Now we are encouraging governments to say we will promote and steer carbon projects in the agricultural sector that prioritize biodiversity impacts because it's tangible and can be there. It can receive a premium in their price, but also has a strong sign-up for investors.
I just wanted to add to that as well, because I mentioned an accelerator that we're going to be launching, and looking at that challenge in particular, the accelerator, we'll be talking about it on Thursday in the room next door at 5 p.m. We specifically, it has to be carbon and biodiversity or income streams, but we want to show how you can move towards a carbon plus more on the biodiversity side, more on the broader impact side as well. So if you want to know more about that, it's 5 p.m. on Thursday as well.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Monica Yator. I'm the founder Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. I come from Kenya. I'm a pastoralist, and this carbon is really exciting to me because I work with farmers. We are transitioning to agroecology, that's sustainable farming. And my question is this only in Europe? Do we have such projects in Africa or East Africa where you can support us? Because if we need to talk about biodiversity conservation, you need to give it to money, the way you say incentivize it. So working with over 2,000 farmers in rural area where I come from, to me, we really need to pay farmers to do restoration. It will not happen in the blue, in the skies. We have to really go to the grassroots. I will want to talk to Plant Fever. I've been looking at your website and what you do. We really need to go to Southern Africa and even in Eastern Africa. We need to support pastoralist community to transition, because they even say pastoralism is contributing to gas emission. And to me, this is a lifestyle. This is our lives. But how can you support us, work with you? We need to walk the talk. Also, invest in nature-based solutions that is contributing to reduction of this emission. So again, we need your support. Kindly come to us. Also with the NDCs and NAPs, our country is also working on agroecology strategy. We need to put this in our policy so that governments can also support transitioning in drylands and not only focusing in forest areas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe I can, thanks very much, a really great question. And so on a very practical level, we have some of our team based in East Africa, one based in Kenya, and I'll link you up after this meeting. You can go and speak to her, so that's the best thing. But just to give an example, if you go on our website, we have a project in Tanzania. It's the Day8 project. It's a project that's working with a group of hunter-gatherers called Hadzabe, and that project, basically, part of that was to get the land rights for that community to create a carbon project, which is really just enabling them to live their normal life. But they decided to bring in a neighbouring community of pastoralists called the Datonga, and their neighbouring community, they have sometimes some conflict because they take the cattle into the areas to graze, and they've actually decided to incorporate them into the project so that their land is now included. They're benefiting from the project, and they now have an agreement on where they graze the cattle, what times of year, so that they don't conflict. So they've actually created a real good partnership. So the carbon market in that case has created a mechanism to create a partnership between two neighbouring communities, and that incentivization piece is given the catalyst for them to work together. So there are examples of how it can work, and very happy to talk more about it. Thank you.
I think one thing I wanted to add to that is when I'd asked the question about do we really understand who our stakeholders are in the communities, is really to also understand where you have pastoralists and their kind of movements relating to water lines, weather, etc., that they're also recognized in that discussion on land as well. So I think it's quite an important aspect that's quite unique to our continent as well. And maybe we can pick this up after the discussion as well. We've got a question at the back.
Perfect. So I've got a question, and this is mainly to the funders, and we're talking about how do we accelerate nature-based solutions. A lot of the technologies and methodologies, they're new innovations, and as a multilateral development bank, Papako, you typically work with local retail banks. How do we, and local retail banks are very risk averse. So how can we get more funding to be, like, we need that challenge funding, that initial seed capital, that R&D funding. We have a massive deficit of R&D funding across the continent. And this is even when it comes to proving or even just taking an innovation that has been developed in Europe and contextualizing it, because there will need to be, there's a need for that contextualization. Like an example is we've got massive infrastructure challenges across the continent, road networks. There's like technology that have been developed where you can like substitute out your bitumen and put in like naturally occurring biolignin polymer which sequesters carbon in the roads. Now this gets exciting. You're reducing the environmental impact of your construction of your roads. You're feeding into improving infrastructure, which feeds into sustainable development. Like in terms of like ESG, you're heading a lot of matrices, but for the last 18 months, I've struggled. I've written to AFDB, I've put in proposals, and the traditional models aren't there. I'm hoping that something the accelerator can solve. And in solving that, I don't need a 2,000-3,000 cottage industry funding, and that's what's available to me as an African woman in Africa. Go do a little bee project. I want $500,000, so I can do a pilot. And I think we need to be thinking that, in that co-creation, that we do have the capacity, but the capacity needs to be capacitated with the financial resources to complement the technological capacity.
Thanks for the question. And I saw the smile of Reshma. About retail or local banks being risk adverse. So we do work a lot with local bank. We also work with actors that are a bit less risk adverse. We work with venture capitalists in Africa as well. So that's a way to promote innovation or support innovation. And so it helps us having a continuum from supporting very early, very risky project with high potential, and then maybe when it's a bit more mature, and the work we do with local banks is help translate whether it's climate or biodiversity or gender or inequality, taxonomies established by either MDBs or bilateral public development bank like the Proparco AFD, and help do intermediated financing through this bank and adapt it to the local context as well. And that's a great leverage to address maybe smaller clients and I wouldn't say more risky clients, because maybe the more risky part would be through our VC activity.
I think the smile on my face was because I was there. I was that commercial bank that was pushing to take on more risk from a nature-based. And so now that I've been on that side and now I'm on this side with FSD, I think there's certain programs like the Anchor Africa Natural Capital Alliance and some of the other initiatives that we want to run at FSD Africa, in terms of how, when we talk about capacity building, not just for the community, but how do we build capacity for the financial institutions? A lot of the risk comes from the unknown. Do I understand this? Do I understand the risk? Do I understand how I can mitigate the risks? And so there's a number of programs and initiatives that we want to run around, especially that. And we're not just talking commercial banks, we're talking insurance companies, we're talking about pension funds as well, and other fund managers that can actually invest in this project. So hopefully next time, if we're here next year or anywhere, we can actually come back with more concrete on how these initiatives have actually run into and helped. And some of the matrix we're setting is actually don't just run through the program, but show us the conversion rate of running through those programs as well.
So maybe one way we can support as well is technical assistance, because not only we provide patient capital or less patient capital, but we can also provide extra financial support, capacity building, technical assistance.
Perhaps a final remark on my side. Again, partnership, right? Engaging early on farmers, if you want to work with farmers, for farmers. But I also mentioned that we engage in the partnership, private sector investors, carbon crediting programs, but academia is there, right? So the Forest Carbon and Climate Program in MSU has been working also in Africa, and that's, to be frank, Africa is a leading voice in many of these dimensions. There has been information generated, particularly in agriculture, the mapping of trees outside forests. The efforts being conducted in Africa are the largest, and that information is already available, and Rabobank is using that. Sufficient finance has been mobilized to start up and start paying farmers on the ground through Rabobank and the ACOM standard that is managed by Plan Vivo. So that at the end of the day, Africa is leading on this ground. I think that should be a great news and motivation. There's much to be done, but hopefully the experience in Africa now coming back to Latin America, we will be able to feed that back with the materials that we will be developing.
Excellent. One more question.
I've just got a quick remark to the lady's question. I think there's maybe a role, you mentioned African Development Bank, and I think I'm not a finance person, but I think there could be a role for development finance to come in to help de-risk some of that investment for things that are more innovative. So before Plan Vivo, I worked in Malawi, and we ran a program at my organization which was Malawi Innovation Challenge Fund, which was a way to try and incentivize businesses to invest in expansions of their business that had a social impact. So part of that return was offset by the social impact. And I think you could have a similar type model where that impact is environmental impact. So there are other models out there that maybe the traditional models of going, where the funding aren't the best. You maybe also need to look at more innovative funding models for your more innovative ideas. But it sounds like a really good idea what you have. So I think you just maybe need to find the right funder that really gets what your idea is, and that can be hard. But it sounds like a very good idea.
So we've got time for one more question.
Okay. It was going to be a question, but maybe
comment as well.
Just a comment. My name is Desire from Zimbabwe, FBC Bank. I think we are sort of looking into the opportunities that are there in the biodiversity economy and trying to sort of address national targets in a sense through what we can also provide as a bank. when I'm listening to the conversations and I'm seeing, I think, some opportunities, because I think some of the challenges around the unknown, I think, as you said, the risks that are there, the opportunities that are there, who is in the industry, who can handhold local institutions, and so that we can sort of bridge some of the risks and address it ground level and sort of in a way address the bigger goal, which is the climate crisis. So just keen to see how we can further those conversations from that level. Thank you.
Excellent. And on that note, I mean, Dorothy's gonna kill me for this, but Dorothy, if people who don't know her, please do talk to her because of the Africa Natural Capital Alliance and the capacity building, especially for the financial sector on the nature base. So I think you definitely need to have that conversation in more detail. But I was warned that we were going to be kicked out of the room at exactly 1 p.m. So I want to use this to kind of just go back to the panelists with your last kind of parting shot on what should be our one key takeaway from this conversation. Keith, we'll start with you.
Thanks for that. I think for me, my key takeaway is a real strong use for accelerators is to drive innovation. And I think if we can structure accelerators well, they can almost protect, innovative projects from some of the harder realities that they're going to have to face and get them through that process in a quicker way. And that makes them much more able to operate in a more, maybe competitive or real environment. So I think accelerators and innovation really go together, and I feel like there's a lot of complementary accelerator work happening at different stages. So some very early stages with brand new projects, some like ours at a very specific project type and a specific process, and some more about access to finance. And maybe trying to join these up could be a really good potential to get scale. Thank you.
That. Yeah.
I think that the Partnership for Agricultural Carbon in Latin America and the Caribbean shows the transformative power the partnership has, right? So engaging early on with farmers, bringing into the table carbon crediting programs, investors, and the academia can help you to do that. And if at the same time investors that identify that there is one bottleneck stopping them to deliver the finance that they do have available, right? They can work through the partnership so that the partnership can help accelerate the capacities that are needed, or solving, if the capacity is not the issue, try to identify in collaborative manner with the farmers what is that will be done. So again, as I mentioned at the beginning, high integrity, build it from the beginning, to develop the project so that it is no longer a co-benefit but a core benefit. And lastly, working with farmers, for farmers. I think at least in Africa, as in it is in Latin America, is one area of nature-based solutions that can really accelerate at this point.
Thank you.
Thanks. I have the curse of being the third to speak, and you already touched upon all the topics. Maybe one thing we haven't discussed, you mentioned a lot integrity, and I think one challenge for nature-based carbon solutions or carbon credits in general is that not only you have to have project integrity, but you also have to think about your demand integrity. And that's something that needs to be incorporated in the design. I mean, it's not project design per se, but if you incorporate the financials, it becomes project design. And no matter how good or how you say integer your project is, if your demand is not, you can be somewhere on the way to caution greenwashing or delay action for other actors. So demand integrity would be another topic for another discussion.
Excellent. Thank you so much to the panelists and to everyone in the room. I mean, I've definitely enjoyed the conversation. I think we're still scratching the surface on so many different things, and there's so much more that I wish we had time to really dig into. But I'm hoping that it doesn't need to take a COP16 to bring us together. I'm hoping that we can continue with some of these discussions and the engagements and the contacts that we're making here, and we can continue them. So thank you so much to everybody, and I look forward to the continuous engagement. Thank you.
Thanks, Risha.
Tengan un muy buen inicio de semana. Estamos aquí en el pabellón de Nature Positive de la COP16 en Cali. Y esta semana es crucial. Se van a definir aspectos muy importantes para los mecanismos de financiamiento para nuestra región en torno a biodiversidad. Y esta discusión que estamos proponiendo el día de hoy, este panel está dedicado a justamente poder encontrar respuestas, poder encontrar posibilidades que nos permitan mirar a través de proyectos y de iniciativas pilotos desde los territorios qué más hay de nuevo y qué tipo de colaboraciones se requieren para poder encontrarnos en posibilidades muy altas de expandir ideas que tienen financiamiento y que vinculan a actores y ya se fue toda la el micrófono.
Excuse me, which channel is English? Is there an English channel?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Which number?
Can you hear me? I don't know.
Because she was speaking Spanish on the same channel.
I don't
Huh? One?
Okay. There's no
Hola, hola, Belén, ¿me escuchas? Belén. 72.
No translation, and this service is so that we can hear over the loud room.
Belén, ahí
Y vamos a tener un panel
Ahí me escucho, pero
bilingüe.
Hola, hola. Ahí sí. Hola. Ya, bueno, entonces, I'm sorry we don't have translation, but we can. Rex is going to help us to do the translation for our panelists per Espen, and for the ones that are in the room, if there is some, Atosa can support some of the people next to you to do the translation. Okay, raise your hands if you are an English speaker. So Atosa, can you see who's English speakers? Keep raising your hands. Raise your hands.
If you can speak English, raise your hand. Claro, a lo mejor traducimos para el domingo y de ahí es lo más
Okay,
fácil.
so
para
we
todos.
switch to English because we are going to have translation just for Domingo Peas, who's our panelist, and we will do it in English. It looks like that will be a better idea. Okay, so welcome to this Nature Positive Pavilion. We are here today in this panel to have a conversation about the biocultural Jaguar units, biocultural Jaguar credits that has been put in place in the Lower Pastaza in the Achuar territory over the last 1 year and a half now. And we are going to have the intervention first of Domingo Peas, who's the president of the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Alliance, who actually he born in the community of Xaramensa, and he's one of the main leaders now for the Achuar territory, leading and inspiring conversations and opportunities that have been very successfully implemented in the Achuar territory. And that's why I'm going to ask him to start telling us, what do you see, Domingo, that is missing for your allies and partners? What is missing so we can really and truly have enough confidence and smart processes of collaboration so we can expand the Jaguar Credits Initiative into the whole Achuar territory and expand it into the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Alliance region, bioregion.
Ya.
¿Por qué no hacemos?
Hola, hola. ¿Escucha? Ya.
No, no. Okay, okay. Ya, listo.
Tecnología nos tiene loco. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes con todos, todas, más que todo aquí, las mujeres preciosas, sabias que están aquí, hombres también, ¿por qué no? Saludar a nombre de Alianza Cuencas Sagradas. Vamos al punto sobre la pregunta de nuestra querida aliada Belén. Ustedes saben, casi todos los científicos y todo ser humano sabe que todos los humanos dependemos de la Amazonía. La Amazonía es pulmón y corazón del mundo, y para sabiduría indígena, la Amazonía, toda bioregión, es un ser vivo que nos ha dado toda la riqueza para nosotros vivir hasta ahora como estamos. Sin embargo, estamos enfocados, todos alineados por sistema actual desarrollo extractivista. Estamos enfocados, decididos, buscando dinero como Dios, como loco. Y eso permite destruir a nuestra madre tierra. Y los pueblos indígenas, a pesar de ser pocos, conservamos la zona más biodiversa del mundo. Y ahora estamos ofreciendo a través de Cuencas Sagradas para ver cómo creamos alianza para ser eficaz en el territorio. Y este es primer ejemplo que estamos lanzando a través de aliados como Fundación Pachamama, como profesores liderado por Per. Estamos con esta estrategia de biocultural de Jaguar, donde implica que los indígenas que hemos vivido sin dinero alguno, hemos vivido de la naturaleza, pero el sistema actual nos urge implementar programas en los territorios, con un compromiso total de los pueblos indígenas que vamos a seguir cuidando esta bioregión, este bosque en pie, vivo, pero toca implementar urgentemente varios programas. Para esos varios programas, este ejemplo de estrategia de biocultural Jaguar, donde los aliados, personas naturales, están aportando un instrumento que es dinero para que el pueblo haga su plan de manejo, su desarrollo acorde al interés colectivo. Lo que los indígenas nunca recibieron dinero, a través de los aliados ya el fondo está llegando al territorio. Este ejemplo queremos ampliar en todo trabajo Cuenca Sagrada. Cuenca Sagrada se ha juntado 30 pueblos indígenas con 27 organizaciones para proteger, seguir protegiendo 35 millones de hectáreas entre Perú y Ecuador. Ahí necesitamos ampliar este programa, este modelo urgentemente año que viene, en los territorios, con las nacionalidades, con gobiernos territoriales,
in
para
the
que
Jaguar
ya haya
credits to
ese
the rest of the territory,
garantía total,
so that there's total
para que
complete
las
guarantee,
grandes empresas no les compren a los
so that
dirigentes,
the big
para que no les
companies
tiente,
don't
más
buy
bien
off
hay que
the
hacer
indigenous
programa de
leaders,
turismo, de educación,
so
de
there's
salud,
alternatives, so that there's
soberanía
tourism,
alimentaria,
education,
bioeconomía,
bioeconomy, food
para
security
reforestar
programs,
totalmente
reforestation
lo que está
programs,
destruido.
and
Entonces eso
all that's been
sería,
destroyed
y
can be
ese
restored.
trabajo no puede ser indígena solo. Siempre
work
digo
isn't
esto,
just up to
ni
indigenous
mundo
people. We
moderno
can't do
solo
this
va a salvar
alone.
la vida. Tenemos que
The modern
aunar
world can't
esfuerzo
just save the
completo,
world, save the
hombres,
planet
mujeres,
alone,
políticos,
and indigenous people can't do
empresarios,
it alone.
indígenas,
We have to
para
unite
escalar el mejor
as
camino
women,
juntos.
men, young
Esa es mi
people,
llamada, es mi pedido,
all
mi querida
sectors.
Belén y el equipo que
This
está
is my
aquí.
call to action.
La tecnología servirá
here,
para que
dear
los
Belén.
indígenas manejen esta tecnología de
This
punta.
technology is here so
Jóvenes,
that we
mujeres
can-
ya están haciendo ese trabajo
we can
en
do
mi
this
comunidad.
work
No es
in our
discurso,
communities.
esta
There's no
actividad es
dialogue.
real.
We
Ya
are
estamos
acting.
practicando
We're taking action.
más de un
We're
año
practicing more
y
than
eso
a
es lo
year
que
now,
estamos hablando
and
ahora.
this is what we're
No es
talking
teoría,
about.
repito,
It's
es la
not theory.
práctica
This is
que estamos
practice.
haciendo. Esto
We're doing-
queremos escalar 10 programas
we
más
wanna
en
scale this
territorios
to 10
más
different new
amenazados
areas,
para
especially in the
poder
areas that are
frenar
most threatened,
petróleo,
so we
minería,
can
todo
stop the
esto.
oil drilling,
Es
the
una
mining, all of
transición
the
verdadera que el ser
threats.
humano necesita.
This is the-
Muchas gracias.
the
Estoy
transition,
pendiente.
ecological transition
Cualquier
we all
pregunta
need
más.
as humanity.
Máquete.
Thank you so much.
Makete. And thank you, Atosa, for the translation. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce our dear friend, Per Espen Stokkens. He's in the panel. He just arrived yesterday from Norway, from Oslo. And he's a psychologist and also PhD in economy. And he is coming from the Sustainable Center of the Business School in Norway. He has been in the building process of the Jaguar Credits initiative since the beginning. And I would like to start asking you a question, because there are people new here that they don't know about the initiative, and we would like to know what makes the Jaguar biocultural strategy different and special compared to other climate finances mechanisms such as biodiversity or carbon credits. Why is why this is not carbon credits or biodiversity credits yet?
Just one thing, would people in the audience quieren que traducimos a español su respuesta? Porque Atosa también podría estar traduciendo lo mismo que se hizo con... ¿Está bien? Hay algunos que están diciendo que sí, entonces...
Is there anyone in the audience that doesn't speak English? Can you raise your hands?
Pero no van a entenderte. Dígalo en español.
Alguien que no habla inglés, que necesite traducción en la sala.
But if you go down and just sit beside her, I think that's better. Otherwise, we'll take double time. Oh yeah, but he hasn't, Belen. He hasn't got his headset on.
Sorry.
No worries. Okay. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. Yeah, a little bit further away. I will not. I know we are. I will not overdo the gain. I know how it is. I'm a musician. All good. So, what makes the Jaguar credits special and different from other types of biodiversity or carbon credit schemes? So, I would like to mention a handful of novelties in this area. First, we're really not selling Jaguars or Jaguar credits. Of course, what it is about is ancestral stewardship services. So we are incentivizing communities to continue their ancestral knowledge-based ways to coexist with the full biodiversity of their areas. So it doesn't help to increase the number of jaguars once you have a stable population. What helps is to increase the number of hectares and also the quality of the ecosystem and the community management of their land. So it is a stable jaguar population that then functions as a keystone species in regulating the different niches of the rainforest. So it's like a trophic cascade where the jaguar is the key species that helps balance how a healthy, intact rainforest system looks like. The good thing here is that this area actually has an intact ecosystem and an intact jaguar population. So it's not an issue of actually managing a biodiversity uplift, but rather than incentivizing and improving how the community is empowered to better manage their own land. And we're building this on a scientific methodology called the umbrella species methodology, developed by ERA and the team of Gregory, the region network. What we're really trying to do is to develop an interface between an oral culture with deep 1,000-year rich traditions and language and the financial global system. Can we design an interface so that the financial system no longer destroys by extraction the ecosystem, but rather regenerates or assists in that services that the indigenous people are providing for all of us? So we all rely, as Domingo said, on the services that the Amazon provides, and hence how the indigenous people are also a keystone species in bringing this ecosystem onwards. So what we have now is a fascinating concept where we are both using blockchain, but also blowguns. So it's not the issue of from blowgun to blockchain, but it is both the blowgun and the blockchain. So they are using the traditional ways of hunting, but combining that with a way of hunting that is beneficial. It's also a community-centric system. So the payment that comes in quarterly installments do not go to individuals, but it goes to the community based on their investment plans. There are 3 simple conditions. One is that there should be no logging of primary forest. Second, no roads into their areas, or at least hard work against the roads. And then third, that there is a quarterly reporting on the budgets, but also female and family participation in the community governance. So if we have those 3 things, no logging of primary forest, strong opposition to road incursions and extractive activities, illegal logging, and third, a thriving community where the assemblies make decisions on how to use the quarterly payments, then the quarterly payments proceed. 2 more things, okay? Now I'll shift to the demand side. That's the supply side of the biodiversity credits, and we're using a scientifically peer-reviewed formula for the number of credits that can be created based on the number of hectares, the quality of the prey, and also the community service documentation. But who buys? Why would anybody buy this? And first, we see there is a potential strong brand story where, let's say, Jaguar cars or Jaguar shoes or Jaguar tequila, for instance, is willing to buy, because if you market your product based on the charismatic image of the Jaguar, then you should also be able to support the real Jaguar. That's the bare minimum. We have recruited companies, particularly so far the Jaguar tequila company called Altos Planos, that are now participating and buying. Second, we are looking for, of course, to other businesses with the demand side, but also there's a personal interest here, because once you buy one of these credits, it represents a certain area or per hectare stewardship. So imagine you go buy a Jaguar credit, then eventually you can go to the region network website and see where are those hectares that you have participated in. So it's no longer just philanthropic giving to an NGO, but it is a specific purchase of a stewardship of those exact areas in the rainforest. And that's another type of impact than you can have based on the conventional model. So those were a few of the novelties that are in the Jaguar credits methodology. There are more, of course, but I think I'll hand back to Belen if we have time, so I don't take all the time.
Muchas gracias, Per. Thank you. I'll give the floor now to our friend Gregory Landua, who's an entrepreneur that is working very hard the last years towards the regenerative economy systems that will help the world and the Amazon region to reestablish regenerative economies, especially now with indigenous peoples in the Achuar territory. He's also the co-founder of the Region Network, and he's leading community-based eco-credits around the region. Gregory, good to see you here. And I have a question for you now. Can you hear me? Sí. Okay. So what is the strategy and the technological challenges to ensure the units, whether called units, tokens, or credits, have a platform based on security and transparency and can also operate autonomously by the communities? What are the challenges?
Yeah, thank you, Belen, and thank you everyone for being here. It's been a real, is my sound okay? It's been a real honor working on this project, and really a dream come true to be able to support communities with technology. So our perspective at Region Network is that credibility in these sorts of markets fundamentally comes from the grassroots up, from the community up. And so there's a couple of different layers here that are important. So first I want to talk about the transparency and immutability of record keeping around the project that helps create a foundation of credibility. And then I want to talk about the participation and linkage with community governance and ownership and engagement at every level of the project. Not just the deep participatory engagement that Per Espen is talking about, in which the community is making decisions around their land management and their usage of funds, but also community participation as we go on this journey to become co-owners of the platform that is being used to tokenize and bring these credits to market, and participation by the community in conversations around the standards that are backing and generating credibility with market actors. So those are the three layers of community engagement that we believe actually serve as the foundation for credibility, legitimacy, and market demand at the end of the day. So as a counterpoint, I think many of the emerging biodiversity and certainly all of the existing carbon market standards tend to be created and implemented from the top down, with very little in the way of community consultation or participation in the process. We tend to only talk about, though, the sort of benefit sharing. What percentage of this credit went to the community, which is really important. But it is also equally important that these processes, technological and methodological, are being co-implemented with the community. So now let's talk a little bit about what that looks like on the ground. Yesterday, we were just having a really lovely sit down with the team that is implementing this project, the Amasank team, in Domingo. And in that sit down, we were walking through new interfaces and technology that allows their community to directly manage their reporting, that allows them to directly share data, that allows them to have full sovereignty over that data, to decide who gets to see what, when, so that maybe some of this is sensitive, the locations of specific species. Maybe some of this is really fantastic to be shared publicly and is already being shared in social media or something like that. To being able to discern and then create a deep weave of information that's being sourced from the community is what creates the credibility and also the excitement, so that companies like Altos Planos and other buyers continue to grow their relationship and credibility. So in this case, the blockchain technology is really a tool to increase the trust and transparency between different counterparties, between buyers, between the communities of land stewards and sellers, between organizations, Fundación Pachamama, R&D, Stockness, the Stockness Futures, the community of Charaminsa, Cuencas Sagradas, Natura Tech. There's a coalition of partners, and what we're aiming to build at Regen Network is sort of an information and trust commons that we're co-managing, such that the right information is shared with the right people at the right time to continue to expand this project. I'll stop there because I know we have many other things to talk about.
Thank you, Gregory. I'm really happy to have a young woman here in the panel. Her name is Regina Cervera, and she's the program leader from the Future of Earth at CMind ELAB. And she's leading some really interesting initiatives there, as the Natura Tech Lab EI for Climate, and projects as Tech for Nature Mexico and EI for Manatees. As a young biologist, she's very involved and passionate for protect forests and preserve it. And she's also now becoming part of this family with Fundación Pachamama and Stockens, Perespen Stockens and Regen and the Achuar people. Welcome, Regina. So I'm going to ask you if you can share some of the technological lines and strategies that from your experience are the most powerful ones to increase or improve the process of conservation and monitoring of biodiversity in indigenous peoples' territories. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you for that introduction. I'm so happy to be here and part of this. We're the newest member of this family. So it's beautiful. So at CMind, we've been working in Mexico for the past over 10 years in emerging technologies for social and environmental impact, and particularly focusing on the ethical and responsible development, use, and adoption of these technologies. So we are very clear on that technologies per se are not a silver bullet. They're not the answer to many challenges that biodiversity monitoring faces, but a means of entrance and transparency, and potentially also the risk and investments that we're talking here, that we can show results and add more people to these families. So we are working a lot with AI technologies, and we are also co-authors of the UNESCO AI Ethical Recommendation document. It's the first also document that states that these technologies should also counter for the potential negative impacts that they may have. And we know that there are negative impacts in these technologies, in AI, in crypto. There are many things that we can talk about, emissions and how it's becoming a potential extractive industry where data needs strong governance systems on who owns what and what can be shown in different platforms, for example. And how can these technologies actually create shared benefits for communities, not only as who gets what, but how can we create these? For example, Domingo talks a lot about, and he's a great example of how these systems and investments that can come from these systems can be used for autonomy and leadership in the communities. So I think one thing we've been learning a lot in CMind and in Natura Tech Lab, which is the initiative that you can see here. It's a baby-born initiative this year with IDB and CMind, where we're seeing these technologies as a way to increase transparency, explainability of nature-based solutions. And I wanna bring something that Gregory brought to the table about. So for example, these systems, we talk about blockchain, we talk about AI, a lot of us doesn't know what's behind them. There's always a black box that's happening in LLMs, in AI, in blockchain even, because I'm not quite sure still how the code works in a lot of these technologies, right? So for example, at Tech for Nature, which is one of our Jaguar monitoring projects in Mexico, we've created this documentation for non-technical users on the back end of our systems. We have an AI system that's able to recognize Jaguar individuals. That's been translated into public policy, into nucleus area expansion of a reserve, and in a permanent financing program as well. And our AI platform is not the best platform in the world. It's actually quite basic, but it tells a story. It's telling stories that have been adopted by the subnational governments in Mexico. And we believe that subnational governments are a way to create local impact that has the potential to scale at global impact as well, because it's so hard to get to national governments. So hard. If someone works in public policy, it's really, really hard. So this is, for example, one example of these AI technologies that to get technology with art, with communities, with people working together in innovative schemes, not only with technology. I don't believe that innovation is only about technology, but it's about innovative collaborations, innovative people working together in this kind of communities, social NGOs, academia, hopefully more companies and the government working together that we can create more impact and tell stories in the end. Thank you.
Gracias, Regina. Maquete. Now we give the floor to Joel Cooperman. He is an expert and a Master of Science and a geographer from the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands. And he's also the coordinator of the Territorial and Conservation Initiative at Fundación Pachamama in Ecuador. And I would like to ask you, Joel, how has been for you work in the Xaramensa community in the Lower Pastaza region, and what would be the elements that you can bring to this session to let us know how the financial mechanisms and how participation from the community and the Amazon team has been a bridge, how the people from the community put out the life plan so financials can come to this community through the Jaguar credits selling, and how you see the expansion of this initiative through other communities into a larger scale as the bioregion of the Sacred Headwaters.
Thank you, Belen. Hello, everybody. I was saying the other day that each day I understand less the modern world, because Domingo asked me to be a kind of guide for the communities on the modern world. But since I'm working with Xaramensa so close, I understand less the modern world, and I start understanding better the not the natural world, but this organic way of living together in the community with the forest, with their own processes. So yeah, I'm a master in Utrecht. I'm a master in Utrecht, but I really am doing my life with the Xaramensa people, understanding things there, which is more important for this process. Can you hear me well, everybody? Yes? So, well, I'm going to tell you a little bit of the story and the timeline of how we started with this project, which was, going in the first years with Ana here present and Perespen. We have been going there since 2022 just to try to understand and talk to the people and share with the people how they understand the conservation. What is important for them to really leave the forest for the next generations, right? And what that means for them and for the elders, right? So at the beginning we start doing with a lot of capacity building processes, like really quick, as everybody does, right? Go in there, teach how to use the GPS, the drones, the cell phones. And that worked because they learn very fast. They are brilliant. But then we understood that that's not the way. We don't have to go there and just give capacities, give tools, right, and start monitoring and start reporting. There are more important things that are more important than the technology or the way of using them, right, which is the participatory reflections and the deep reflections that people have in order to understand how they want to live the future and the present as well. So that was quite an adventure, right? Where the people, they start having by their own governance models, right? The assemblies, the Achuar people, they drink guayusa, which is this very high caffeine tea in the mornings. And after that, before 4 a.m. in the morning, they drink that, and then they start talking about the important things that they need to have decisions for. And those guayusas have been more or less the medule of all the process for the community to start changing the norms and start changing the way of relating with the forest, but not changing in a bad way. I don't want you to misunderstand me, but they decided that they have to stop hunting less. They have to start hunting less. They have to, when they cut trees because they use it for their houses, they are going to start reforesting, because what we gave them is not like a guide, as I said at the beginning, but it's a very small orientation. And after that, the communities by themselves, they start just having these discussions that can last months, right? Because there are actors, there are stakeholders in the community, let's say the elders, they don't understand why to stop hunting, right? They have been hunting their whole life. But then they understand, they make a click on themselves, and then they are the first supporters of the process. And they are the ones that start reforesting and start, having chickens, and they start teaching the culture to the young ones, which is something that is also getting lost. So what I want to say is that this is a cultural and social process. Conservation is a social process. It's not a technical process. It is not the most important thing, right? It's a social process, and by the assemblies, the communities, they start developing these investment plans that we have been accompanying them to do, right? And it's amazing because there, the women, they have a voice there, and the elders, they have a voice, and the woman elders, they have an amazing voice that can change everything that the man were years thinking on doing. In 1 second, everything changes, and they give priority to what the woman elder said, right? Because they know that that's important for the culture, right? And there's a lot of interests in the community, different interests. The teachers, they have certain interests that the children, than the mothers, right? Or than the men, which in the Achuar culture is a very patriarchal culture. So right now in Charmenza, if I go back, Anna and Per, to 2-3 years ago, the meetings right now are completely different. The women are in the same circle as the men, and they are having the discussions with the men, and the children, they know what we are talking about now. So all this process of reflection, of course, capacity building and technology, right, and monitoring, and the processes of going every week to the field and having information in the trap cams of the animals, right, looking for the jaguar, that everything happens. But the most important thing is these reflections, and that the community gets, they own the process. They know they own the process, because we are not a group of people, an alliance, that we go there and we tell them what to do. We really have been co-creating this with them, but more than co-creating, orienting their own creation, right? So now they own the project, they have given name to the project, they have an amazing team of monitors, and they already have their own dynamics for that. And we are there just to be by their side, and also try to mix this ancestral knowledge of the indigenous people, as Per and Gregory as well were saying, with these new emerging technologies, and with what the little we can know about these technical processes, reporting, right, and having the finances really clear, because the distribution of the resources that enters, they have been investing in culture, food sovereignty, yes, health, education, right, economic activities, production, helping the tourism center to improve. So the investment has gone to all the population and to the kids, because they have been learning how to sing, how to weave, how to dance, which were things that they were losing. And the most important thing in the territory for them is the culture, even more than the health, because if they lose the culture, then they stop being natural. And the biocultural, the culture is totally related with the forest, with the species, with the plants, with the animals. So if something is lost, then the culture is lost, and then the actual will be lost. So I don't know, Belén, if I can maybe stay there and we can keep talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel, for sharing your experience with the actual people very well. And thank you very much. I think, Perez Pen, you would like to add something at what Joel said. So I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. So thank you, Joel, for your beautiful and empathic description of how the community has been evolving. And you see, when Anna and I went there first time, there were illegal logging and illegal loggers coming into the territory. And it is very confusing for a community that doesn't have the language, doesn't know what receipts are, budgets are, how the legal system works, when extractive industries come in, log, or start to mine or drill. So in order to have that social process that Joel was describing, conservation is a social process, there needs to be some economic security. Otherwise, the mining company, the logging company, whatever, they can give some money to some people, one family but not the other, and then those two families start to fight. Or if they give it to one community but not to the other community, suddenly it's split and conquer. So the idea is that we need a long-term stability, and it's not just a biodiversity credit, but it's about building up a generation fund. So I come from Norway. Norway has a sovereign wealth fund. When I was a member of parliament, I was part of the Committee of Finance that were overseeing the sovereign wealth fund of Norway. And the idea that came to me in a dream was, why don't the indigenous people have their sovereign wealth fund based on the amazing natural wealth that they are stewarding? And the idea is that these quarterly payments will not just depend on the price of the biodiversity credits, which may go up or down, but there will be a long-term economic security for the communities, so that they can find out, what do we really want to do? How do we continue our culture when we have to relate to the modern world? How do we protect when there is extractive industries coming in? How can we hire legal competency or defend ourselves against these threats that are coming in? To do that, they need not to be split, but to have economic security. And that's what the idea of a sovereign wealth fund for the indigenous people will provide. Long-term economic stability, so they can continue to have that negotiation, that development process of their culture, because now they are part of the modern world. It's not we that are doing it. It has happened over the last 30, 40 years. And now they have to redefine who they are, and they are good at it if we give them the chance. Thank you.
Yes, gracias, Per. Okay, so now I'll I'll ask Domingo Peas, because he's the president of the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Alliance, and I would like to know from your perspective, Domingo, what is this bioregional perspective? Why is so important to see now that these large-scale territories of indigenous territories have been formed and supported by the Alliance? What is this vision about biocultural region, the bioregions, and why is so important to think about financial facilities for this region? How do you see these ways to implement different kinds of funds in the bioregion of the Amazon Sacred Headwaters?
Okay, and I'm going to translate. Entonces voy a traducir para Domingo.
A ver, como decía, bioregión de toda la Amazonía es única. No es de Perú, ni Ecuador,
The
ni
Amazon is just
Brasil.
one
No, es
ecosystem.
un
It's
conjunto.
integrated. It's not just Peru
Entonces,
or Brazil. It's just one
hay que
biome.
urgentemente
Urgently,
hacer la alianza.
we need to form alliances.
Como hemos arrancado.
We have
Achuar con
created
Fundación
here with
Charamenza,
Charamenza,
con Fundación
Achuar, with
Pachamama,
Pachamama
luego con el
Alliance,
profesor Per,
Fundación with the
y
Professor
ahora
Per,
estamos
Espen.
escalando, ampliando más
We're
con
now
Naturateclac,
expanding with
y también está
Naturateclac,
BID,
and
que
also
nunca
IDB is
el fondo
here.
de BID ha llegado al territorio.
Never has
Ahora
the
a
money
través
from
de esta
IDB
alianza
reached the
va a llegar
territories.
para más
And through
comunidades.
this alliance, we're able to
Eso
reach
implica,
territories with money
como
from
es
more
urgencia para no llegar al punto de no retorno,
We are urgently
porque ya
important because we're
ya
at
estamos
the
al
point of
inicio
no
del punto de
return.
no
We
retorno.
are, the Amazon is at the point
Entonces
of no
es
return.
urgente,
It's urgent.
donde está bosque en
Where
pie,
there's still intact forests,
ya no hay que tocar, más
we
bien hay
can't
que
touch that
cuidar
anymore. We have to
y
conserve
dar este
those
apoyo
forests
para que
and
sigan cuidando.
give the communities
Y
support so
automáticamente
they can
todas
keep
las
being
comunidades
guardians
del mundo,
defending the forest.
por producir, han deforestado.
And every
Otros
single
pocos,
person
otros más.
in the planet
Eso hay que ya
has
urgentemente
contributed to the
a
destruction of the
restaurar.
planet.
Es
We
un
all have an
compromiso
obligation to help
urgente
restore the
de
planet
la
that we've
humanidad.
destroyed.
Pero eso sin instrumento
Well,
llamado
without-
dinero
without
no funciona. Ya
tool
estamos
of money,
acoplados todos los seres humanos
we all
sujetos
are
al dinero.
subject of
Entonces
needing money
necesitamos
to
esta
move.
alianza para que
We need
el
this
fondo
alliance.
llegue al territorio,
One of
porque
our goals to make
se ha
sure
hablado
that
mucho
money
fondo,
gets to the
millones,
territories.
trillones de fondo
I hear about
al nivel
billions of
mundial, pero
dollars
nunca ha
that are
llegado
committed,
al
but
territorio.
never
Entonces
reaches the
ahora
community.
este ejemplo
This example,
hay que ampliar.
we have to expand.
Para eso necesitamos más
We need
aliados
more
del mundo.
allies around the world.
Y ahí pues rol muy
And a
importante
big role
de hombres, mujeres,
of
jóvenes.
young people, men and
Los
women.
jóvenes del
Young
mundo, no
people
solo
have an
indígenas.
important role to play, not
Jóvenes
just
del mundo
indigenous
hay que
youth.
involucrar, hay que aliarnos.
No,
Tienen que
the
aliarse
young
con
people need to
educación,
unite.
que nosotros ya hemos creado una educación,
We need to
Escuela Viva
create
Amazónica. Esto debería ser un
a school in the
modelo
Amazon. The
para
school
que
that we
jóvenes
created is a
del
model for
mundo
the world
también
so that-
estudien la ciencia indígena.
so that
Y los
modern world
indígenas,
youth can
lo
study
moderno,
indigenous
juntos,
science, and we as
aprender,
indigenous youth can
sentir
understand the modern
el
science.
concepto para practicar
And
en
to
el territorio.
practice this
Porque
concept in the
nunca hijo de
territory.
un empresario minero, maderero,
Well,
petrolero,
child of a-
no va a entender cuando el
a child of
indígena
a
joven
miner
dice,
or a logger or
este
oil
ser
company
vivo,
doesn't understand the forces
el
alive,
agua viva,
that the water
el
is
árbol
alive,
vivo, tiene
the tree is
espíritu, hay que
alive, that has
cuidar,
spirit,
pero un
that we have to-
hijo empresario dice, no, ahí está dinero, hay que talar, hay que vender. Entonces son conceptos que hay que entender. Perdón. Gracias.
Not seeing that it's alive.
Thank
And
you.
So
Thank you,
I know we got out
Domingo.
of time, so thank you.
We are to close this event, but I would like to hear from our panelists at least one word and a very, very, very short reflection on what's your insight for these Jaguar units, biocultural ideas for the future, and how scale them in a fastest way possible. Thank you.
That's a hard question to answer in one word, but I'll just say, for me, trust and right relationship first, and the rest flows from there.
Thank you. I agree a lot, and to have these this is a living laboratory. And these mechanisms where we can work through borders and with bi-directional learning systems from us, from the achuar to us and us backwards, I think it's the best way to go forward.
Beautiful, Regina. So a deep learning and listening journey.
That I think that we have to be really focused and be concentrated in uprising the auto-confidence, the self-confidence of the communities. That's so important. And then they will walk up by themselves, but we have to be there and do the right things to uprise the self-esteem, self-confidence of the communities.
Para mí, la alianza es la esperanza.
Gracias
For
a
me,
todos.
the alliance is
Nos vamos
the
con
hope.
esto. La alianza es la esperanza. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you in this session about investing nature process and future of biodiversity finance. This session is co-hosted by the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the World Resources Institute, and the Partnership for Biodiversity and Finance. On behalf of our organizer, I'd like to send a warm welcome to our distinguished participants joining us here at COP16. BBF is a global multi-stakeholder initiative dedicated to driving finance solutions that protect and restore biodiversity. By uniting the efforts of both the public and private sectors, BBF aims to bridge the significant gaps in biodiversity conservation and development and develop sustainable finance strategies that align with global diversity goals, particularly those outlined in the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the GBF. A little bit about the partners. The World Resources Institute is a leading global think tank working to address global multifaceted challenges through a combination of data-driven research and policy solutions. And the AIIB, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, is a multilateral development bank that's playing a pivotal role in financing sustainable infrastructure projects across Asia and beyond. As a key partner in today's event, AIIB is committed not only to promoting sustainable economic growth, but also to ensuring that its investments help mitigate biodiversity loss and support environmental protection. So, almost half, we know that's why we are here, right? Almost half of the world's GDP relies on service provided by nature. Just an example, I come from Brazil. In Brazil, 90% of the agriculture is just rain. All the water used in the agriculture, 90% of the water used in agriculture is rainwater. So this is a huge infrastructure that we use, the nature infrastructure. However, there is a significant gap in biodiversity conservation around the globe. Biodiversity finance is emphasized as a crucial tool for filling the conservation financing gap and achieving the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets. Since COP15, there has been substantial progress in various aspects of biodiversity finance, yet strong synergetic actions that are still required to address the funding gap. This roundtable brings together diverse stakeholders, from decision makers to financial institutions to investors and civil society. Our discussion will focus on three key goals: reviewing the process in biodiversity finance over the past 2 years, identifying the challenges and gap in achieving GBF targets, and reaching the consensus on the next steps to drive future actions. The event will start with opening remarks from Eric. I have the pleasure to be here with you following the launch of PBF 2024 flagship report. Then we will move to a panel discussion where experts from around the world will share insights on the progress, challenges, and the future of biodiversity finance. To begin, I would like to invite Eric Bergloff, the Chief Economist at AIIB, to deliver his opening remarks. Eric has been instrumental in advancing sustainable infrastructure investment and a leading voice in how to development finance that can support biodiversity protection. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to this session. We are challenged, I guess, by the enthusiasm in the other room also. So, but we'll do our best. It's a round table, but we have no table. We're going to do our best. So I think no one here really needs to be. Ooh, a lot of drama here. Yeah. Oh. Good. Wonderful. So yeah. Okay, it's interesting. So no one here, I think, needs to be reminded of all the reasons why we have come here. The dramatic decline in biodiversity, loss of species, and so on. So and of course, everyone here is also quite aware of all the global processes, what has been achieved and what needs to be achieved. But I think the question we're asking in this session is about why is the finance not coming to these efforts, and I would argue that they're thinking of it as I work for an institution that has approached this mainly project by project, and nature positive at the project level just means that we would leave nature at least as biodiverse or at least as healthy as we took it over before we implemented the project, and that is actually not consistent, I think, with the nature positive objective at the global level, because so what I'm saying is that the ambition is not high enough, that we need to try to think, and here I speak for institutions that specializes or focuses on infrastructure, at going from a perspective of safeguards, do no harm, till just leaving nature at least as good as you took it over, is not enough. We need to think about how we can think of nature as infrastructure, and how we can invest in nature, how we can manage nature, how we can make nature more resilient, and that's what we need to finance, and that's what we need to raise resources for. And we need to think about all the potential that nature has. We don't fully know that potential today, and we should take that into account as well, that there are maybe many things, and we are each day finding out more things. I just last night was part of a conversation around the collaboration between Kew Gardens and Humboldt Institute here in Colombia, where they are starting to document now the species in Colombia and trying to find out, first just building the genome sequence and then looking at what could be the potential health impacts of all these plants and so on. So what I want to convey is that even with all the methods we have today for valuing nature, we are not taking that full potential into account, and I think that's something that we need to also have in mind. So, sorry, he's making gestures to me. It's not for me. No, okay. Anyhow, we both are not ambitious enough. We don't fully appreciate the potential that nature has, and so that's one aspect of it. And of course, then you have the second aspect is that I just came from a session on valuing natural capital, and we have made some progress when it comes to valuing natural capital, but also there we are still struggling for having concepts like ecosystem services and so on that are not fully, they don't fully capture what I was talking about. They don't fully capture the potential that nature has. And so we need to think of them as sort of a lowball estimate of the value. But the more problematic part, I think, is that unlike for climate, where we have one measure, we don't have the same thing for nature. And even for biodiversity, we know that biodiversity is actually a multidimensional concept. So just counting species is not enough. Counting species may be actually a pretty good start, but it's not enough. We need to think about all the other aspects of biodiversity, the diversity of ecosystems, the biodiversity of the gene pools, and so on. So all those things are important for when we are thinking about how to value nature, and unfortunately we don't have the tools or we don't have an agreement on what to put into contracts, for example, and that is a disadvantage as we are going forward with biodiversity finance. Having said that, there is one aspect and that I hadn't fully appreciated before starting to work more consistently on this, is that we actually have very good tools for monitoring what happens particularly to nature, but also now increasingly to ecosystems as in terms of biodiversity. And so while for climate we have the carbon footprint, we have a lot of problems really seeing what exactly is the actual carbon footprint, who is responsible for what, and so on. When it comes to nature and biodiversity, we are starting to have the tools that really allows us to measure, and this is going to be extremely important as we go forward and trying to raise finance for this. So I think with those initial remarks, I wanted to bring in this very interesting panel that we have assembled here.
Eric, can I apologize just for 1 second? It seems like we have just one small thing before the panel, which is the presentation of the PBF report.
Okay.
By Dr. Fang Li.
It wasn't in,
so
in my
one more
schedule
step.
here. Yeah, okay. So let me. Yeah. So without further ado, please, our wonderful partner here, World Resources Institute, and Fang Li is going to give a presentation of this. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and warmly welcome again. And it's my great pleasure to present on behalf of the PBF Secretariat on our first flagship report. And it is a comprehensive analysis of global biodiversity finance progress since COP16, so it's really fresh. And it's so happy to launch it during the COP16 Finance Day. And COP16 is a kind of it should be about turn the GBF into action. So that is why the PBF Secretary want to do such kind of a flagship report, since no measure, no manage. So how about the kind of the progress? Since we have many lessons in the past decades that not achieving the ambitious goals, that remind us that the GBF goals alone is not enough. So we need to effective implementation. So that is the next slide. PBF is a partnership. PBF is a partnership of biodiversity and finance established during COP15. It's trying to find the innovative and systematic solution from finance sector with stakeholders to implement the GBF. So GBF, the PBF has a member from sectors of finance, business, UN and policymakers, environment and research institute. They are the key players of the whole system change. Next slide. And the first PBF report on development on biodiversity and finance aimed to review the evaluation and achievement of the challenges in biodiversity finance since COP15. It is important to note that the report does not try to cover everything. We try to find something very enlightening development and examples. They are not perfect, but can give us some inspiration. The progress are from different stakeholders, including government in different levels, business and financial institutions, research and social organization. And PBF is focusing on three things: policy and standards, and information and tools, which Eric mentioned, difficult part. And third one is financial solutions and their interaction. So does this report. In our report, after the background information, we have the 2 chapters followed, review the progress since COP15 and provided cases on those 3 parts: policy, tools, and finance. And the last part of the report, trying to look ahead to turn the challenges into opportunity. And there are many exciting progress, although we have been facing many difficulties and challenges at the same time. Just giving your example of those 3 sectors' progress and cases. And the first one, that is the policy. Policy is super important in biodiversity finance. Long-term and clear policy will provide the market expectation and promote nature-positive investment. So we can see that UNDP has using biofilm to support many developing countries like Colombia, Peru, to access their biodiversity finance need, and also develop the tailored strategy, including biodiversity finance plan. So the key word is biodiversity finance plan. Another example, the countries like China, which has a national plan already and has many policy innovation to provide the private sector invest in nature by providing lower interest rate by National Development Bank, or through the provision of exclusive the operation right for 20 years within specific region. So the key words is a long-term, internalize the externality and provide the profit. A case from Amazon, a blended finance model provides a prime example of international and local development fund can jointly support the local enterprises and also reduce the harmful subsidies. So that is for the development fund. And local enterprises, they are working on high impact projects and to generate the positive social and economic benefit. I'm not going into the detail. So I want to also give an additional idea that besides the positive part, the harmful policy is crucial and also could reduce those harmful or avoid the harmful policy is really crucial and could avoid more than 500 billion biodiversity negative impact. A major milestone in reducing harmful subsidies was reached in 2022 when WTO adopted the landmark agreement on fishery subsidy. In addition, France, Germany, and Canada also take some efforts to reform harmful subsidies. And beside the policy, the report also provides the financial institution progress and cases from MDBs, National Development Bank, and local small-size commercial banks. Some examples here from global MDBs have issued the biodiversity finance reference guide, and which helps the institution prioritize and manage biodiversity impact in their financial decisions. And also at national level, the Brazil Development Bank also has the IFACC, that is the Innovation Finance Amazon in some areas. The initial target is to sustainable agriculture and also combining the climate smart practice with the conservation effort. So, and also in China, that is a really unique, that's a very small local agricultural commercial bank also trying to develop the specialized eco-financial products. And also that's the pilot in China, the small size pilot contribute to the national policy. And in terms of the tools, that is it's closely related to the geographic location, comparing the climate. That is the difficult part. So strategic decision, risk management, impact analysis of the investment cannot be separated from the kind of special tools and data. Here list some tools developed after COP15. So through the whole process of the investment, like framework, risk filter, investment, and monitoring, there are many. So that is a very impressive and also good progress. And through these days, we found that the kind of the new technology, especially AI and satellite, those kind of the technology could be used in the new data. And we really hope that these kind of the development could dramatically lower down the transition cost and more accurately and timely checking the impact. So that is maybe also Eric is hoping. Next slide, maybe the final one. So here are the in the final part of the report, that is to deliver that 6 challenges and opportunities. So while the progress is evident, major challenge remain comparing to the climate change, which has a better understanding by financial institutions through the several years effort. Biodiversity finance is still in an earlier phase, but in more urgent situation. So on one hand, biofinance is closely related to the geographic location, and it makes things more complex. But on the other hand, local profit and especially the capital product could be possible designed with the data and policy support. So the pair of the challenges and opportunities reflect some way to overcome these gaps. And beside of those issues, and capacity building is always a two sides of coin. It's a challenge and also opportunity. Finally, that the sixth one is synergy of the conventions of the climate, biodiversity, and related mutual environment agreement. Next slide. The report has been collective effort from members of PBF, and I'm one of those, and I'm the one who take the credit to introduce the report. So it's the first report of the PBF on biodiversity and finance. We will continue. The beautiful part of the drafting the report is to share and learn the innovation and policies, tools, products among the membership, instead of just advertisement, their own experiences. It is a journey of the exploration together and created a solution jointly. So here I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the co-author. Some of them are here. They are Mr. Bai's team, Yunwen's team from IFS, and also Xu Jiayi from Green Hub, and Terry, not here, Terry Townshend from Paulson Institute, and Scott Wunsch, and Teng Dingding, and WI's team, Fu Xiaotian, Meng Dong, and Zhang Zheng, and the team. And also thank you, all the members contribute to the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fang Li, and very impressive, and I think a very good example of how we can work together across institutions and across different parts of the world also, and sharing experience. Thank you so much. So we have a large panel that we will give the floor. I suggest that can you come up and sit here, all of you? So it's probably and we will imagine the round table. And so now we have someone will have to take the black chair. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to introduce people as we give them the floor. So and I want you can look at their bios on the web, and I don't want to waste too much time on this. But I wanted first to we're going to have a kind of the same kind of question to all of you. I think the purpose of this report was to try to look at the experience and lessons that the individual institutions have had and bring them together. So we wanted to think about how can we mainstream this. This is a lot of these individual experiences and individual institutions have developed their own approaches, and now we want to try to see how can we scale this up and widen the participation. So what do we do to mainstream in financial institution strategies, in private sectors, business operations? How do we identify risk? How do we provide effective solutions to avoid biodiversity risk? And what are the current practices and progress? And I think starting with you, Rachel, and you come from an institution that focuses on the private sector, has been a leader on many aspects of thinking through nature finance and so on. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm from EBRD, and we're a peer institution of AIIB, so we're another multilateral development bank. And as Eric mentioned, we are private sector focused. So 75% of our finance goes to the private sector in the countries we operate in, and 50% of all of our finance is green, and that covers both climate and nature. So our mandate is to promote transition in the countries we operate in, and those countries are Egypt to Estonia, and Morocco to Mongolia, sort of Eastern Europe, North Africa, Central Asia. And the way we do that is partially through finance. We invest on commercial terms, we invest in concessional terms with donor finance, and we also provide technical support for our clients to help them ease this transition to a greener and more competitive economy. So we're approaching this question both as an investor, looking at our own activities and our portfolios, but also we think quite a lot about how businesses are thinking about this question themselves, because they will come to us and ask, what do you want to see us do? How can we contribute to the GBF? How can we make ourselves more nature positive in our real economy operations, in our tomato paste processing, in our cement manufacturing? These are questions we need to consider. What does that mean? And so when we look at biodiversity risk in some of these sectors, I don't need to talk more about impacts and dependencies, because I think we all know about TNFD and how we go through that process. But what we find often is there's a disconnect there between the risks and the dependencies that our clients are looking at and the impact that they impose upon nature and the risk that they consequently impose upon others. So there's a misalignment with the risks that they face are not risks they can necessarily deal with themselves in their operation or with their immediate suppliers, and the risks that they're imposing on the market are not ones that they see themselves on their bottom line. So it's difficult, because what we want for all businesses to reduce their pressures on nature and biodiversity, and unfortunately the incentives just aren't aligned on that front. So it's really hard to influence outside of primary production maybe, or 1 degree removed from primary production, or in particularly water-intensive industries. The risks that our clients are facing are not ones they can deal with themselves. So there's a problem there. So how do we align those incentives? And there's also a lot of talk about, at least internally, and I'm sure this is not unique to our institution, about incentives and the carrot and the stick. And I don't like that language because it makes the stick sound very scary, and we're not threatening anyone here. I'd prefer to talk, if we're directing the horse of finance, I'd rather talk about the carrot and the harness, because we're trying to guide our businesses into not stepping where they shouldn't step. So we're talking about this harness of safeguarding. I think that's a first principle that we all put our foundation on, that we need to have clear guidances on how to protect the nature where you're operating. As Eric said, we try to leave things sort of as we found them at worst. But the way we do that is internally. We have our environmental and social policy. We've just gotten a new one approved, very exciting. We have an event on it tomorrow night at the MDB Pavilion, plug. But we also work with our clients on trying to understand how they can improve safeguarding in their operations. And there we are doing a first pilot of TNFD with one of our clients in the agribusiness sector. And the hope there is that once they have a clearer understanding of what their impacts are, they can identify where their safeguards need to be drawing lines. And ideally, with disclosures, there can be a bit more positive pressure from their own customers and their clients to enact stronger safeguards to reduce those impacts. So that's one thing we're doing. That's the harness. And the carrot, I think, is a lot harder, and that's the key question maybe of this roundtable, is how do we actually mobilize finance and get people to want to invest in these actions? And nature as infrastructure is a clear, good start, right? We value the ecosystem services that nature can deliver. So there's a clear entry point for that. And our approach to nature, which we launched at the Climate COP last year, we identified that and nature-based solutions for climate resilience, for carbon removals, as a potential key investment area to grow our own activities in nature finance. But we also want to look at other ways of getting to that place where the incentives are better aligned, where the impacts and dependencies are a bit in the same ecosystem services at least. So we don't work very much with primary production, with direct farmers, agriculture, livestock, forestry. We do work with more midstream people, the manufacturers, processors, packagers. So we're trying to find ways to work through supply chains there to identify particular buyers who have influence over their producers because they're big, because they're in a local market, and try to transmit good practices and positive investments through incentives to those ultimate producers and get directly to the source of the risks. So with respect to tools and instruments, I think the truth of the matter is, for the short term, these activities might need to be subsidized. And that might be through corporate social responsibility programs, that might be through EBRD or AIB financing, where we can blend in donor resources. That might be through public sector subsidy reform. I don't know if I can say that. I know that's a bit of a controversial topic, but it's certainly an option. If we're going to subsidize things, let's subsidize the right things. And with financial instruments, you can then find options there, different sustainability-linked structures, more patient capital. But fundamentally, those are all different ways of providing some sort of concession to recognize that there might be a short-term loss for some of these investments before we can veer onto a more nature-positive pathway that does generate those real economic returns and improved yield and improved revenues, reduced losses. So I don't think there's a one-stop solution for this, unfortunately. I think what we need to do is going to take a lot of work, a lot of strategic thinking, and a lot of collaboration to identify and really build on those opportunities together.
Thank you very much. And the harness and the carrot. So we will remember that. So the next panelist is the Odette Lima Campos. She comes from BNDES, which is possibly the most innovative national development bank in this space, and followed your work a lot, and also the scale of it is very impressive. So please share your experience and your answer to this overall question that we are asking all the panelists.
So good afternoon. It's strange to talk and listen at the same time.
Yeah, you know, exactly. We never do that.
Okay, I will try. So as you might know, Brazil is the most biodiverse country in the world. We have the Amazon, that is the most famous biome, but we have other 5 terrestrial biomes. 2 of them are biodiversity hotspots, and we also have different marine and coastal ecosystems. So we have a lot to conserve and a lot to revert biodiversity losses. So that's a challenge for us, but it's also an opportunity for Brazil and for the development bank that it's BNDES. So to do this conservation and restoration of ecosystems, we try to engage and support different types of clients and partners, such as public sector, private sector, and also the third sector. And we do this using different financial instruments like credit, like shareholding, and using non-refundable funds, and also providing services to the public sector and to the private sector also. I would like to highlight today some examples of some initiatives that we recently launched. One of them is named Living Forest. It was awarded this year by the Latin America Association of Development Financial Institutions, that is ALID. And in this initiative, we match fund our non-refundable resources with non-refundable resources of different partners to support ecological restoration projects all over the country. So until now, we have launched 5 public calls for project selection for the restoration of mangroves, of biodiverse corridors, of conservation units, and river banks. So to do this, we have a total amount of 700 million reais, which is around a little bit more than $100 million. To implement this initiative, we rely on the support of a non-profitable institution that was selected also by a public call, that is Fumbio. And this institution organizes the public calls. So together with the partner, with the partner that is providing funds, we select a scope of the public call, and then Fumbio implements the public call. So they help to select the projects, transfer resources for the institutions that are carrying out the projects, and monitor the execution and the results. So this is an innovative way that we found to mobilize private resources to restoration of ecosystems. Another way of working that is kind of innovative is the service we provide on modeling and structuring concessions and public-private partnerships for public assets. So as we have a lack of bankable projects, we try to help the public sector to show the private sector the opportunities they have to help restoring and conserving the ecosystems. So we are doing this for environmental assets like national parks and public forests. We have signed a contract with the Brazilian Forest Service for do that. So we have 7. We are working on the concession of 7 conservation units that total around 6 million hectares. That's a significant area. And we also structure projects for sanitation, aiming to reduce pollution in rivers and in oceans. So in the last 3 years, we structure this type of concessions of sanitation totaling 60 billion reais, which is a huge amount of money. We aim to help giving universal access to sanitation with this amount of money to almost 500 municipalities in Brazil. And we have other projects ongoing that total an amount a little bit bigger than this, around 70 billion reais. So we have this, and we have other several other examples. we are launching at this conference a document that shows how we contribute to all the 23 goals of the Common Montreal GBF. The front page looks like this. I have some card here with the QR code in the back. So if you have interest, I can give to you. So that's it for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you. Yes, so a lot of resources going into this space, and very, very impressive what you are doing. The next speaker is Long Fei, and program lead at UNDP, and you come from the UN system, and how do you think you can help bring resources into biodiversity finance?
Thanks, Eric, and thanks for the organizer and the PBF and WI, and for inviting us to join this panel and this discussion. And I think, firstly, for the BioFin, I think most of you might know that BioFin released I think this year, the 2022's new workbook. So, and right after, I think on 21st. So this is the new workbook to guide the world, the different developing countries to how to invest in nature, and also to in a systematic way to think about how we invest in nature, and how we, how to say that, maybe also in fiscal area, the public sectors, and also public fund. And we have also more than 150 finance solutions provided to invest in nature, and it's practiced in more than 132 countries now, because we're developing the biodiversity finance plan together with all of these countries. And as Eric said, how to mainstream biodiversity in this sector, I think in our view, we would like to say that we want to emphasize that we should think it in systematic way, we should have the capacity building for the banks, for the financial institutions. Also, we need to have capacity building for the conservation group, and from the bank to conservation parties. And also we need to raise awareness, and we need to have the policy coherence through different departments. And we need incentives and instruments. We need then, after that, we will have the structure and institutional transitions. And so the risk will be one of the elements of this process. And I think one thing, the most important thing that I want regarding the risk, I think we also want to emphasize that during, if you entered or joined many events during COP16 here, you will see you will hear a lot of voices from indigenous people. And I think that's most important, that we should consider their benefits, their consideration, that if we do not have full consultation and do not consider more about the vulnerable people and also indigenous people, women, youth, and I think that will cause the most significant risk. So this is why that from UNDP. And what our practice is that to engage as much stakeholders as possible. It's not just from government side, like the education, tourism, and etc. A lot of departments, but also the NGO and finance institutions, banks, regulatory, and also the local communities. So I think that's very important. So that's if we release the policy and instruments and tools, we need to think carefully rather than just, we need to consider the needs of the government, banks, and the local communities. And and another thing is regarding the mainstreaming and also the risk. And I think we need to think about in different angle. And because from the banks, I think that from banks' angle, we will think that we will reduce the risk to how to reduce the risks because they were caused because of the biodiversity loss might be caused the benefit loss. And I think we also need to think about the benefit of the nature and human beings and put the nature and human beings, the people, in the center of the consideration and your strategy and thinking. So this is I think this is most important. And because during the COP16, one of the most important and co-target is to reduce the biodiversity finance gap. And how to reduce it? I think we should not exclude the protected area to treat it as a high risk area to not invest in. Actually, we need to treat it as the most valuable area to invest, but in a proper way. So this is thing that we should rethink about what is the real risk and how to deal with this risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, we have now Danielle Carrera, and she coming from the World Economic Forum, please.
So thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. So yes, I come from the World Economic Forum, and this area where we are focusing our work in our initiative is really to help the transformation of agricultural supply chain. Why? Agriculture has been driving a lot of land use, which is the major driver of biodiversity loss. So it's extremely important. Going beyond the biodiversity impact, climate impact as well, we are talking about food security here. So it's really, really important that we fix this problem as soon as possible. As we heard here, not easy. Agricultural supply chains are highly complex. They grow food and commodities all over around the world. Each country have their own regulations. So it is very, very difficult for the financial sector actors to really understand and tackle the problem. So in my role, what I'm trying to do is to bring all the key stakeholders involved in this value chain. And when I talk about value chain, I'm talking from the producer until the financier, because it's everyone is involved, it's everyone's opportunity, it's everyone's risk as well. So it's really, really important to have this multi-stakeholder approach. So in our role, we are working with the consumer goods forum companies, which include manufacturers and retailers. We are also working with the commodity traders. We are working with institutional investors, so pension funds and asset managers. We are working with the banks. We are working with development banks, multilateral banks as well. And we are also working the producers. Why producers? They own the land. They are the decision maker, and we need to support them in this transition. So with this whole context, we have launched an initiative which has been featured in the report, thank you, which is called Innovative Finance for the Amazon, Cerrado and Chaco. Chaco, we are looking at Paraguay and Argentina, and Cerrado, as Odete mentioned, is a very important biome in Brazil, is a hotspot of biodiversity, and really, really important from a water perspective. Land change in the Cerrado, Brazilian Cerrado, is actually increasing water risks in the country. Water which is so important for agriculture, water which is so important for the energy matrix of Brazil. We highly depend on water for this, and no agriculture, no energy, you can only imagine the economic impact that's going to have in the country. So posing a huge risk as well. To solve the problem, we launched this initiative is a partnership with the UNEP, World Conservation Monitoring Center, UNEP FI, and UNEP Climate Finance Unit, the Nature Conservancy, and the World Economic Forum. We launched that a few years ago at COP26. Today we have 22 organizations involved. That includes, as I said, supply chain companies, asset managers, bank sectorization companies, and also providers of the patient capital, which is so needed, and we already discussed this here today. Since the launch, we have collectively commitment of 4.6 billion from these institutions to invest on sustainable integration of the cattle sector, expansion of soya production on already degraded lands, agroforestry, as we see as a very important activity to support the transition, especially in the Amazon, and also sustainable management of non-timber forest products. What has been, which I think really good, is that via this initiative, our signatories have developed 11 financial instruments, and we already have disbursed over $240 million US. So this is money arriving on the ground and supporting the producers for this transition. So just a little bit of what we're doing here. There is a lot of other work that we're doing with the financial sector. We are working with the commercial banks as well, again, because of the challenge to understand agricultural supply chain. So we are working with 11 very large banks, helping them to understand, improve their due diligence systems, and also identifying which type of products they can structure, which type of data is required, to move this agenda. And also work with a large group of institutional investors which have been in dialogue with policymakers in Brazil, in Indonesia, in the EU, in the US, in the UK, because this dialogue between the financial sector and the public sector is really, really important. We all live in silos. It's really, really important that we start talking to each other, understanding each other, where is the opportunity, where is the risk, what's needed to be done. So thank you. I'm going to stop here and pass the mic.
No, thank you very much, and really, you get also down to very concrete things when you start focusing on value chains, and I think you're playing a very important role in bringing different parties together. Last but not least, Yuan Bai, or Bai Yuan, you work in an organization that has done a lot to produce data on biodiversity and nature, and in China and beyond. So please, the floor is yours.
Thanks. It's really my honor to join this event. And regarding your question about to midstream, I think to midstream biodiversity into financial institution. Besides, we have so much discussion about the providing nature positive funding, but also another key is to mitigate the negative impact and help the transition through managing two types of the biodiversity related risk. One is a risk to the biodiversity and nature. Another risk is to the financial institution, which means including the portfolio of their sustainability of their financial portfolio. I think comparing with risk to financial institution that you had mentioned is pretty challenging, because there's no clear targets. Because the climate, we have 1.5 or 2 degree targets, and we also there's no universal or existing universal quantitative nature scenario available to use. But assessing the risk to biodiversity and nature is a much common practice that applied by the most of Chinese financial institutions and the international ones. I think Rachel just mentioned some international banks start looking at their portfolio level, the risk from the different, the biodiversity risk sensitive, biodiversity sensitive sector, and try to make it transition to nature positive. But I would like to address a little bit how Chinese financial institution to tackle the project level, because we all see that the Chinese financial institution, most of them is starting to establishing a procedure to integrate the biodiversity or nature related risk into their the environment and the social risk management. We call that ESRM system. And under this, these Chinese banks review the qualification of the proposed lending project against the geographic location and the sector specific regulation. And also to see the dependency on that on ecosystem services, then to ensure the environmental and the social risk. So, and also the nature-related risk has been, being addressed. This has been more and more become a part of decision-making process. And given China, more and more Chinese company, and along with the financial institution going abroad, and China's outbound by investment spent across the countries and regions with a diverse range of the religions, culture, and ecological sensitivities. This diversity is bringing more likely, the bear high and unexpected investment risk for Chinese enterprise. So for those biodiversity, for those projects with biodiversity risk and also the sensitivities, and I think the Chinese financial institution is prioritizing mitigation approaches and also have further intervention. What I see, for example, they are conducting regular monitoring. For example, the insurance company, they're conducting the regular monitoring by using the remote sensing satellite data for spatial analysis. And also, they try to engage a third-party expert to do the on-site project evaluation. And within China, there are already some existing tools that we can use because China introduced ecological conservation red line, which give a clear, more or less clear data for financial institutions to identify where it's ecological functional area and with highly vulnerability. But for going abroad, the data access is also the important. So we think maybe we can also, by working with international organization or existing tool, they'll be helpful for them to identify that. And also, what I mentioned is about the internal risk management. But we also think it's very important that financial institutions should conduct the regular environmental reporting to stakeholder, including the local community, as Leng Fei just mentioned, is very important. This can improve the public trust, which with the local community during the project construction. And also the establishing grievance mechanism is also the necessity. So that stakeholders have an opportunity to voice the concern with the project company and even directly with the financial institution. I think AIIB and other development has been, conducting this process and also give us an example to learn from. Yeah, I think I stop here.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious of time here, but I want to allow some questions from the floor. Anyone who wants to? No? No volunteer? I can try to summarize. We are coming to an end, and I think it's been a very interesting conversation coming from very different perspectives, and also showing that each actor can contribute something different and complement each other. We heard about the harness and the carrot, and we need that both at the individual level, at the project level, the company level. We need safeguards, and we need incentives. We need it at the national level. We need regulation, and we need subsidies. We need to probably also, as you said, reallocate subsidies, because subsidies, as we know in the carbon space, it's the same in nature space. A lot of subsidies go into things that shouldn't be subsidized, and just reinforcing things. So that's the harness and the carrot. I think what we haven't spoken about so much, but I think it's also very much part of the challenge that we are trying to address is the lack of bankable projects. That these are projects often very difficult to prepare. We talked about the metrics, the methodologies, the lack of revenue streams to contract on, and so. I think we all have different roles to play, and by putting the light on this challenge and then trying to share information. I think this report that Fang-Li presented earlier is a good example of how institutions can come together and share practices and hopefully lead to standardization and so on. Maybe one thing that I want to come back to, and it's of course very important in this country, in this context. The need to involve local populations, and we say it a lot, but how do we really do it? And I think BNDES showed some good examples of how it can be done, and I think in this country there have been around this COP and engaging the public. I understand that there were 300,000 people last week participating here, a lot of them coming from local communities here, where you combine the biodiversity challenges with all the other challenges that this country and people are facing in their daily life. So bringing them in, making them part not only of reducing the impact, but also being a part of contributing to biodiversity, benefiting through employment, through various benefits that comes out of biodiversity investment. So I think we have learned a lot, and I am very grateful to the speakers. Thank you so much, and maybe a final applause.
you.